December 15th.
This conference will now be recorded.
Board meeting. And start with the introductions. I'm Pat Malone, Commissioner.
Annabelle Jaramillo, Commissioner. Zana Ojiro, Commissioner.
Joe Kirby, Benton County Administrator.
Vance Crony, County Council.
Leah Neville, Board of Commissioners staff.
Risa Farley, Board of Commissioners staff.
Suzanne Hoffman, Health Department.
Erica Milo, Board Recorder.
Good morning, Kelly Losey.
County.
Good morning, Kelly Losey, Health Department and Joint Information Center.
All right. Did we miss anybody? Okay. Here's Kate Portia. We're doing introductions, Kate. So.
Good morning, Kate Portia, Cardinal Benton County Economic Development.
Welcome. And did we get Julie Jackson from Republic?
Oh, not yet. In Julie Jackson, Republic Services.
Good morning. Okay. That's everybody. Are there any announcements? All right. Hearing none, we'll move on to comments from the public. All right. No comments. Item number 3, review and approve the agenda. I've got several items that I would like to add under department requests and reports. Point 3, discuss the recruitment timetable for the Office of the Sheriff. That'll be Tracy Martineau. 6.4, CARES Act funding update and discussion, Mary Otley. And 6.5, discuss the asks the Department of Education on broadband. And I think Commissioner Ojiro will be handling that one. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's not broadband, it's a request for a waiver for certain students that have low connectivity to be able to receive in-person instruction.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Oh, go ahead. I'll second.
Okay,
Okay, so moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as revised. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Agenda is approved. Item number 4.1, updates on EOC, DOC operations. Do we have, yeah, there's Brian Lee. Do you want to start us off, Brian?
Sure. Morning, everyone. So my EOC quote-unquote update is pretty brief. The main highlight is that we are finally wrapping up some of the donation stuff at the fairgrounds. It's all gone. We're just cleaning up. Lynn's been amazing and very gracious in letting us use that space. So we're almost done there. We should have our wildfire after action report done no later than the end of the month. And so we're looking forward to that, which I will share with you guys. And then other than that, we are revamping our EOC team discussions and dialogue and looking ahead at training and just kind of being prepared for any sort of support the DOC might need with vaccines or COVID response or anything else that's coming up.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Do we have any questions for Brian? If not, we'll move on to Suzanne Hoffman, our Health Department Director.
Good morning. So update from the Department Operations Center. We had 23 new cases today in Benton County, and we, although we haven't received our official notice from the state, we did receive our notice with regard to the fuel metrics, and since they are one and the same, we know that we have moved back into the extreme risk category. We did hold another testing event. This one was in Monroe. 101 tests were done there. That's a little lower than we might have expected. It could be because of the rural location. It could also be because there's a required registration process with the Oregon Health Authority. It could be a bit of a barrier for some people. But still, good that we had the event and had that many tests completed. And I understand that our health navigation team actually was working the graveyard shift in addition to their regular time, doing a testing event at an employer last night. So continuing to increase their attention to particularly vulnerable or underserved populations there. And of course, working with the tools on the changing metrics. When we find out what risk category we're in, Sarah Hartstein and her team consult with schools and make recommendations. Under the Safe Harbor Clause, some of those schools have the ability to continue to function with some in-person education despite our recommendations, and some choose to take advantage of that Safe Harbor Clause. And of course, finally, we continue to work on ways to provide shelter, non-congregate shelter to folks without a home in order to keep them safe as well. That's my update for today.
I have a question. You said that our health navigation team was up late working on testing, and it was not clear what that was about. Kind of lost it in some garble. Can you fill me in on that?
At a place of employment, where it would be available for testing overnight. And most of our health navigation testing in the community has been targeted around agricultural workers who may not have access to it.
Thank you.
Susanna, excuse me, I had a question on the state metrics for moving between extreme and high. What are the metrics that, I guess, where's the dividing line as far as the number of cases?
I think Sarah Hartstein was on, and I know that she just had a look at where we're falling based on the school metrics. Sarah, could you respond?
Hi, good morning, everyone. As Suzanne mentioned, the school metrics that are released each week mirror the new risk and protection framework that are released each week, but this week is a movement week. The dividing line between the high-risk category and the extreme risk category is 200 case rate per 100,000. And so this week, according to our data for schools that was released yesterday, we are 300 per 100,000. The data for the risk and protection framework is pulled on Tuesdays. And so that should be available, and there's no reason for us to believe that it will differ from the data pulled for our school metrics.
And Sarah and Suzanne, I just forwarded that risk update to both of you. We received it yesterday evening from the governor's office and Maria Horner. So it confirms what you've just said based on the school metrics.
Thank you, Commissioner Ogeron. Thank you for always being so great about forwarding that information. It appears that it's coming from the Governor's Regional Solutions Team, the county commissioners, but it's not coming from the state public health division to local health departments, which is unusual. So we'll continue to pose the question about how this is getting communicated so that you don't always have to be the one to forward it to us.
Well, I think that they're operating on the basis of no surprises to commissioners, and they've gotten that message loud and clear, especially from many of our more rural colleagues. So we are getting kind of an early heads up, and I did forward it to Joe last night. I'm sorry I didn't include you on that message. I should have done so. I assumed also that he was gotten it at the same time in parallel.
Yeah, I imagine within a week or two, we will be receiving it around the same time.
Suzanne, Joe Kirby, just for clarity purposes, as I understand, we're moving from the high risk category to the extreme risk category. Thank you. So we are moving from the high risk category to the extreme risk category as of this Friday, the 18th. So just underscoring that to the board that those metrics by changing from high to extreme, there are additional restrictions that are implemented under the extreme risk category effective as of this Friday. So there are certain business segments that will definitely be impacted for at least the next 2 weeks, starting on the 18th.
Expressed to the governor's offices that so far our pattern is yo-yo between the two, and I think that makes it particularly difficult for our restaurants, bars, and gyms that are most affected by the extreme category to figure out how to operate. So I'm hoping that we will improve from here.
All right. Thank you for that clarification and explaining how the communication works or doesn't work, and so. Well, Lilia, are you? Well, are there any more questions for our health department folks? Okay, seeing none. Lilia, do you want to go next?
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, so I am here actually to pass it off and introduce you to Kelly Losi, the Communications Coordinator in the Health Department. As you all are aware, we began the process of scaling down the Joint Information Center staff in November with the anticipation of fully demobilizing the Joint Information Center by the end of December. Unfortunately, I've had a personal situation that has impacted my schedule for the remainder of the month. So early last week, I checked in with Suzanne Hoffman as well as Alyssa Rash, our PIO, and discussed with them transitioning to Kelly Losi as the lead PIO within the Joint Information Center a handful of weeks early in order to provide better continuity in December due to my schedule flux. So starting last Tuesday, Kelly Losi took over lead PIO in the Joint Information Center. She is continuing to produce the deliverables that we had planned for throughout the remainder of this month as we scale down, and then we'll transition in January 1 to Kelly being the primary communicator on behalf of the response, pulling in Alyssa as needed. So with that, I want to hand it over to Kelly Losi this morning, as she will be the communications coordinator providing the update from the DOC from this point forward. So thank you. Go take it away, Kelly.
Thanks, Leah. Good morning, commissioners. So I'll be providing, as Leah mentioned, your update for our Joint Information Center this morning and moving forward. So over the past few weeks, the JIC has been continuing to work on several deliverables, one of them being the phone bank. So I believe, as Lilia has mentioned, we have been talking about scaling down the phone bank, but also monitoring the volume of calls, the content of those calls to determine if that was still the right decision. So it sounds like at this point the call volume has decreased to maybe around 11 calls or so across a week, which at one point was the volume of calls we had received in a day. So we've definitely seen a decrease in our volume. And the types of questions that are pretty continuously coming up are around COVID-19 testing, and then people have been calling and asking about our current levels in the risk and protection framework. So given that that has continued to decrease, we're going to finalize our plan beginning next week to reduce down our phone bank hours. So right now the phone bank is Monday through Friday from 1 to 5 p.m. and we'll be reducing that down for the last 2 weeks of December to Monday and Wednesday from 1 to 5 p.m., especially given that for the next 2 weeks Friday is a holiday. That seemed to be a plan that was manageable. And we're also going to re-record the outgoing voicemails so that folks can still leave a message if they call and there's no response at that time or the phone bank isn't open. But we're also going to update it to remind people about 211. That's another bilingual resource that questions can go to in the intermediate. So we'll be doing that update this week in preparation for having that change next week. And of course, we'll share out with the community that we're going to be making that shift as well. And then we're still planning to close down the phone bank at the end of December. So based on those topics that we're tracking, we want to make sure that we're not losing people with localized questions. So we're going to develop some kind of a phone tree so that we still have some local connectivity if people have questions, if things do come up. And we're going to work to manage where those things might go so that we're not overloading staff with some of those questions and they're getting routed appropriately. We're also working on this communication this week for our updated risk level. So currently the places that we've been sharing that information, they're going out on the county's social media accounts. We're updating our COVID-19 website with some information on what each of those guidelines are under the new, if it's a new risk level category. We're also working with the Economic Development Office to put together just a brief email that includes some information on the change in our risk level and where businesses can go to find more information, and that will be a bilingual message that they'll help us share out. We're also going to include that information in our weekly videos, so that information continues to go in our Spanish videos on Mondays and in our English videos on Fridays. And then this week we'll have another internal staff email that will go out on Fridays, so that information will be there as well. And then, as Leah mentioned, in line with our original plan to do a full transition to a DOC Joint Information Center in January. I've been working on just some procedural closeout items related to the Joint Information Center, kind of finalizing the deliverables that we've already committed to finalizing, assessing the ones that might need to carry over, and then also determining the pieces that we want to include in our Department Operations Center communications plan. So this will be a much pared down version of what we've been doing in our broader JIC, and that will include some information to be shared out as well as internal communications for staff. And then the other thing that I think is important to note is that I will be working with the PIO from Samaritan and some other folks in that realm to talk about vaccine rollout. So the interest is high in having consolidated talking points and consistency for folks as we're talking about what this means, when we can anticipate having things available in Benton County. So it sounds like we're going to be meeting in the next week or two to discuss what those pieces might look like. So I'll be very actively involved in those conversations because I agree, I think a lot of folks are going to have many questions about vaccine rollout, and we want to make sure we're providing accurate, reliable, consistent information when those questions arise. Those are my main updates. I'm more than happy to answer questions if there are any. Thank you.
Any questions for Kelly?
Actually, Kelly, you've brought up a question that I had for Suzanne, and that is, do you know whether Samaritan received their vaccination first load yesterday, and whether they have begun in Benton County or whether that's rolling out today and tomorrow? Curious about that.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Ojala. I do not know if Samaritan has received that yet. I don't know, Suzanne, if you have any more information.
I don't have any updates on that either.
No, it took a little longer to get things here than it did to the East Coast, so they're ahead of us.
Yeah.
I did see some indication in reporting yesterday that Legacy Health in Portland, I think, was the first in Oregon to receive it.
Well, I'm sure there'll be lots of interest in questions in what's happening on the vaccine front. So So appreciate that you're anticipating those kind of questions. So if there's no other health department questions, we'll move on to Kate. Question.
I have one in terms of as soon as we find out, how quickly can we get that notice out on the web or wherever?
Thanks, Commissioner Hermia. My plan is that as soon as we have that information, and Suzanne will probably forward that on to me so I have the official email, then that should be out here. I'm hoping in the next couple of hours that we'll have all that information posted. We have all the products ready. We just have to plug the information in, so that should be fairly quick.
One last question from me, Kelly. I know we've been in very close conversation regularly with Oregon State University communications folks as well. Have you assumed that liaison role also?
I did join the call last week. They've been meeting every other week, so I did join last week in communication with them. So yes, my plan is that if that I will maintain that communication, or Leah will. But that's absolutely an important line of communication to me.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question.
My apologies. I was off of work for a week and I forgot how to use a computer. What was that? Oh, yes. So about the OSU communications team, it's been an invaluable partnership this past year, really throughout the year. And I've brought in Kelly and Alyssa, as appropriate and needed to that group. So Kelly has strong relationships with that group. But we occasionally kind of talk about some broader communications and messaging strategies. So I envision moving forward that Kelly and I will probably both attend that meeting to keep those communication lines strong. And in addition, the city of Corvallis is also on that team. So it's a really nice multi-jurisdictional group.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to Kate Portia and the economic news.
Indeed, yeah. And just to dovetail with Kelly's information too, we're really grateful with the partnership with the JIC to get the information out to businesses. And I think, Zan, it was you who mentioned it previously, just there is concern about what the reality of these shifts every 2 weeks looks like, for businesses with staffing and perishable foods. That's a lot to manage, and we're concerned about that. We want to make sure that they have what they need. I do know as a part of that messaging, again, we continue to work really closely with our most excellent partners at the Small Business Development Center, and we've been able to forward businesses who need extra help, whether it was on applications for grants or thinking about how their strategies might work for this reopening or closing. SBDC continues to be a really excellent partner. So your investment in our partnership with them, I think, is returning in dividends. So real quickly, just two updates. One had gone out via email, but just update here quickly. Both of the grant programs have closed. We had our local Benton County grant program. It closed, last Sunday, and that one was oversubscribed by about 3.5 times. We had $275,000 available for that, and ended up with 154 applications for that round. Community Lending Works is running the lottery for that today. And then the governor's $55 million round, of which you probably recall we had $1.25 million for businesses. It closed on the 13th. And as of Friday, we had about 500 businesses that had applied. And again, so that one was oversubscribed by about 5 times. Again, just proof positive of the need. I will say, though, that these funds, the funds that you all committed, that the city of Corvallis committed through the CARES Act money, are making an enormous difference. So again, we're just so grateful for that and grateful for the money coming down from the governor's office. Our other big news is that we received I think as I told you, a significant shipment of PPE. It turned out to be 4 pallets of different types of PPE that came in. And so Heather and Catherine from our team
have totally taken this on. They are doing a pickup for businesses on the 18th and 19th, so Friday and Saturday. And we're doing this in a handful of different locations. We're going to do it in downtown Corvallis. We're doing it at the Philomath area Chamber of Commerce, and then they're also working with Pat Hare and Adair Village to get the PPE out up there. So really trying to focus on the rural communities, not just Corvallis. We've got masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, and extra hand sanitizer. Thank you to our friends at Two Town Cider who donated a significant portion more, so we're really going to be able to beef that up and give stuff out. And we also have sanitizing wipes this time. So we've got a handful of some different items that we haven't had in the past, and hoping to help our businesses with that. So that information is going out. Those are really the biggies from our perspective at this exact moment. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, we really appreciate your effort scrambling to meet very tight timetables. So apparently the end of the year is coming. That's a big factor in a lot of our programs here. So appreciate you and your team jumping on this, and from the response, it's the need is great, and if the county can do any more, we will let you know by this Friday. Any questions or comments for Kate? If not,
no, thank you.
Thank you for your nice short report. We have a public hearing scheduled at 9:30. Do we have any last questions or comments for the EOC, DOC folks?
Mr. Malone, just to remind you that we do have Danielle Summers on the line to share the EOC, DOC financials.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to do that later. But,
That's Mary Otley that we are going to do at the towards the end of the meeting regarding the CARES Act funding. Danielle Summers was presenting the financial information as it relates to our operations of the DOC and EOC.
okay. Well, let's go ahead. Danielle, are you ready for a report?
Sure. I won't take up too much of your time. It's a very simple report, since the DOC operations are much less complex than it was in the ELC. Just on the financial summary page that you may or may not have received, it's summarizing payroll and different types of expenditures for October and November. October we had total expenditures of $260,000. November was $251,000. The numbers are holding fairly consistently. We have about the same levels of staffing and response. The payroll continues to be the largest expense in there, and we did have some large PPE purchases as well. Were there any questions about the costs in the DOC or anything that might be coming up?
I don't see any questions, Danielle, and we did get a report, so I think we have another opportunity to go over these numbers later in the meeting.
Excellent. Thank you.
Anything for Danielle? If not, unfortunately, we have Vance lurking here somewhere. Refresh my memory, Vance, to open the public hearing.
Yep, we just go ahead and open the public hearing for the first public hearing, which is for consideration of the change to the Philomath and Corvallis school district boundaries. You don't have a script for either one of these. They're not land use hearings, so there aren't statutorily required elements to be presented to the public. So you can simply ask for staff report, then anybody who wishes to comment, and then take it back to the board for deliberation and decision. How's that for an outline?
I think that's wonderful. And who would be giving the staff report?
Oh, that would be me. Are you ready?
Take it away.
All right, so the first public hearing, of course, is for that boundary change. This is a new one. I think, Annabelle, you and I have been here the longest, and I have never seen one of these come before the Board of Commissioners. It wasn't until I had a phone call from the Corvallis School District attorney back in, must have been September, asking about the process for the Board of Commissioners to approve a school district boundary change, that I even knew that the Board of Commissioners ultimately is the boundary authority for school districts. So what we have is we had a petition from a property owner of 4 lots that are situated within the Philomath UGB, but are currently contained within the Corvallis School District boundaries. Those property owners petitioned both the Corvallis School District and the Philomath School District to amend each district's boundaries so that those 4 properties would become part of the Philomath School District, which of course makes sense. I think any kids who live in those multifamily units could very easily walk to Philomath High School, Philomath Middle School, Philomath Elementary School, whereas, I was thinking about this morning, I think the closest elementary school for those kids in Corvallis would probably be Adams. Of course, the middle school would be Linus Pauling, and then it would be probably Corvallis High School. So as you can tell, as you can see, it's a very, very big difference in the school district schools to which these kids would be allocated. So the petition was submitted to each school district board. Each of the 2 boards, and you have the letters and the letter and the 2 resolutions from the school district boards approving the petition to amend the school district boundaries. Under the statute, then, each county in which those school districts are located must formally approve the boundary change. And in this case, because the greater percentage of the property within each school district is within Benton County, we are the lead county, which means we, by statute, must go first to consider the change to the school district boundaries. Once you've made your decision, and presumably the answer will be yes, then Polk County, which has part of the Philomath School District in it, and Lynn County, which has part of Corvallis School District in it, will vote on the boundary change. One other thing to note, while I say presumably the answer will be yes, and you know how rare this is, you really don't have a choice. Under the statute, it calls for the Board of Commissioners to approve. You must approve a boundary change unless we get a request or objections from the lesser of 5% or 500 electors in each of the 2 school districts. And to my knowledge, we have not seen a flood of objections. In fact, I don't even think we've seen one objection, which is no surprise. This is a very straightforward and logical boundary change request, and it comes to you with pretty much a stamp of approval, simply because, like I said, the statute does not give us any latitude for discretion if there hasn't been any objections filed. So I guess that's sort of a long explanation, but it's kind of a long explanation because we've never seen this before. So there you go. Any questions?
Seems logical to me.
very, very logical, particularly when you consider the location of those 4 properties.
So Vance, we have not received any objections, written or email, or, is that correct?
That is correct. And I just want to point out that the fundamental difference here, not only for the kids and the allocation of the schools they go to, but any school district levies and taxes would be changed from Corvallis to Philomath for those 4 properties.
All right. So essentially, there has been no public comment.
Nope.
Okay. And so we need to approve the resolution. Is that the next step?
Well, I guess first you need to ask if anybody on the line would like to comment or testify.
All right. Is anybody wishing to comment on this boundary?
My comment is just that I'm really happy we're moving quickly on this. I was a little concerned it was going to take a considerable time and effort. That sounds like everything's falling into place.
Annabelle, it's interesting you say that, because there are very specific statutory timelines for when we have to provide notice and within which we must make a decision. So when it gets to us, it moves at a pretty quick pace. Now, before it gets to us, we can't control that.
Yeah. Right. Well, I was thinking from our point of view, it's a logical thing to do.
So any other questions or comments? Hearing none, is it time for the resolution?
I'd be happy to make a motion if you're ready for that.
Yes, please.
I would move to approve order number D 2020-093, changing the Corvallis and Philomath School District boundaries.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So what I will do is I will let the school district attorneys know that this has been passed. I'll also let the county councils for both Polk and Lynn County know that you have acted, so that they can move forward with their consideration of the request. So thank you. Our work here on that topic is done.
All right. Second public hearing in the matter of a public hearing on the renewal of the Republic landfill franchise. Oh, Vance Crony.
Oh, look at this. It's the Vance hour. Okay.
Your talk show host now.
The first thing that came to mind wasn't it the 1950 show, the Howdy Doody Hour or something like that? Not that I was old enough then. We have, I know Julie Jackson is on, so that she can give Republic's presentation, but as you well know, the landfill franchise held by Republic Services is up for renewal. The current franchise agreement expires December 31st, 2020. Benton County Code Chapter 23 requires the landfill operator to submit an application requesting renewal of the franchise. Republic Services did submit that application several weeks ago. It is in your packet. Candidly, that is merely the vehicle that brings the consideration for the renewal before you. The main event, of course, is the actual franchise agreement. With the renewal request comes a renewal of the franchise agreement between Benton County and Republic Services. As you all are well aware, our county code requires that any entity operating a landfill obtain a franchise from Benton County to do so. I'm sorry, Julie, I keep wanting to say Valley, but it's Republic. Republic Services, before that Valley, before that Bunn Brothers, has operated the landfill for decades. The last time we had a renewal was in 2000. The franchise agreement, I'm going to say, has been 99.8% worked out. As you've seen from my series of emails over the last few weeks, we have closed the gap on a number of issues to the point where the agreement that I sent to you all yesterday afternoon contains the terms that we are pretty certain have been agreed upon. And I say pretty certain, and I say 99.8% there, because Republic has to take the agreement back to its board for approval. That was done yesterday afternoon. Its board said generally it looks okay, but they would like to, quote, sleep on it, unquote, before saying yay or nay. I'm not going to speak for Julie. I'm merely going to pass along our expectation that the approval will be forthcoming from Republic. There are a number of elements of the franchise agreement that are different. However, the vast majority of the provisions are identical to the current franchise agreement, which candidly has made this an easier process to work through, because we're not introducing new provisions, new language, new ideas. We're simply updating the current franchise agreement to reflect the elements that we have renegotiated. And I just want to highlight some of those just for the record. You all are well aware of them, since I've kind of beat this drum until I think that the drum head is just about ready to snap. So I guess the first and the primary element I want to draw your attention to in the agreement is Section 4A. That is where the new franchise fee figures are located. If you recall, our current franchise agreement calls for a franchise fee of roughly $267,000 to be paid by the franchise holder. As you can see, the franchise fee will go up dramatically beginning next year to $2 million. It'll increase steadily from there. One thing I just want to point out, the franchise fee increases in 2022, 2023 are relatively small increases, and that is to allow Republic Services to begin ramping up for applications, submitting applications to expand the landfill. Republic repeatedly informed us that its ability to pay higher fees was dependent upon one of two factors, either reducing costs or increasing capacity. We all agreed that it's far, far more likely that increasing capacity would be the route most viable for Republic, and that would take the form of it seeking various governmental approvals to expand its landfill footprint beyond the current cells. As you know, Republic has a lot of property to the south of Coffin Butte Road and further to the west. The property that's south of Coffin Butte Road is currently zoned landfill site, so it's ready to receive, I guess, to begin consideration for use as a cell. Within our development code, however, that particular zone designation requires a conditional use permit. That is the area that we anticipate that Republic will seek to gain approval both from DEQ and from Benton County to expand its landfill activities. So the first 3 years of the franchise fees recognize that it's the current landfill footprint against which the revenues will be drawn, from which they'll be drawn. Once that footprint expands, Republic is confident that it will be able to absorb a higher franchise fee because it will have greater capacity within which to accept waste. That's why you see the big jump in franchise fee in 2024. Stepping down to section 4B, as in boy, the host fees, those are the per ton charges or fees that Benton County will receive for the tonnage that Republic takes in. As you can see, they pretty much mirror the smaller increases for the first 3 years and then make a big jump up in the 4th year in the anticipation that the landfill expansion will be approved. I just want to point out here a fundamental difference between the current franchise agreement and the proposed franchise agreement. Under the current franchise agreement, Benton County receives both a franchise fee and a host fee based on a dollar per ton rate. Under the new proposal, the per ton fee would be a credit against the franchise fee until the tonnage and the revenue generated from the host fee exceed the franchise fee, at which point the overage, if you will, the tonnage that generates more host fee revenue than the guaranteed franchise fee would become available to Benton County. So that is a significant difference. It's fair. Obviously, the franchise fee has increased dramatically, and it's not really practical to ask the landfill operator to pay us both a per ton fee and a franchise fee at the same time. So this is something that is fair, and I know you all have talked about this and are familiar with it. Section 4C, we have talked about the step back, the rollback. This is the section that describes how the host fee and franchise fees will be adjusted in the event of A, landfill expansion occurring before 2024, and or B, landfill expansion not occurring until after 2025. So there are provisions that allow the franchise fee, the host fee to increase if the expansion occurs earlier, and there is a provision that allows the franchise fee and the host fee to drop back down to a lower rate if after 2024 Republic has not obtained approval for landfill expansion. And again, that goes back to our agreement with Republic that we would both kind of stand shoulder to shoulder in accepting the risk, Republic accepting the risk that it will be able to generate enough tonnage in the first 4 years to pay us our franchise fee, Benton County accepting the risk that if there is no landfill expansion approval, that we would accept a lowered franchise and host fee until that expansion occurs. So that's what's in 4C. 4D is the CPI adjustment, and I just want to note that the CPI adjustment is identical to what it has been, with the exception that we have added a cap of 5% to that CPI increase. Just for information purposes, the last time the CPI rate exceeded 5% was in 1990. You have to go back to 1982 for the prior time when the CPI adjustment exceeded 5%. So while this does present a bit of a risk that if inflation begins to really get out of hand, our franchise fees and our host fees might be somewhat devalued against the dollar at that point in time, the risk is relatively small. And even though there is that risk, we would still be getting a 5% increase in the franchise fee and host fee. So it's not as if we would be stepping backwards. 5B as in boy is the tonnage cap. This is the agreement with the Republic that the tonnage into the landfill in its current configuration would be capped at 1.1 million tons per year. Once landfill expansion has been approved, that cap goes away. This goes directly to Benton County's strong interest in crafting a mechanism to ensure that the lifespan of the landfill is protected. This does that. It pretty much, and I don't want to say it's a spur, but it is an incentive for Republic to move sooner rather than later on seeking landfill expansion approval. Stepping back up into the agreement a little bit, Section 3. 3E contains a dump stopper provision where both parties agree to work cooperatively to establish that dump stopper program. If you recall, dump stoppers is the idea where those rural property owners that have had illegal dumping on their lands can work through a process where cleaning up that the illegal dumping is not a financial burden to them. And I expect that to be something that worked out between Republic, Daniel Reddick, and the Sheriff's Office. I think it's something both parties have wanted, and I know that the three of you have talked about this as well. Section 3F, as in father, is the residential self-haul, and not something, again, that all three of you expressed a strong interest in from the beginning. We have agreed that for the first 3 years of this agreement, residential self-haulers, any vehicle that a residential self-hauler fills with waste will be charged $35. So if it is a Toyota Corolla and the trunk is full, it's $35. If it is a Ford F-350, $35. The idea there is that we hope to be able to get those vehicles off the scales and out of that lineup of blue trucks and commercial vehicles where the self-hauls tend to present a bit of a safety hazard and can slow business up for Republic. So by realigning the fee to be just a per vehicle fee, it really takes the volume and the tonnage question out of the equation. After 3 years, that rate will increase by the CPI. Item 3G is the C&D transfer facility, and that's where we have, both parties have agreed to continue to cooperatively work to determine whether a construction and demolition transfer facility is feasible, when it might be feasible, where it might be located, and which partners might be brought to the table to help actually develop that C&D facility. One of the fundamental components of the C&D transfer facility is it needs to have enough volume to be financially viable for Republic. And one of the things that Republic has told us repeatedly is that Benton County alone does not, and not in the future, even the immediate future or the mid-range future, will we have enough volume on our own as a county to support a C&D facility. So C&D transfer facility is really one that is dependent on the C&D volume that comes from our area, our region. And Republic has been very, very forthright informing us that it is going to take a regional approach with a number of partners to get a C&D transfer facility off the drawing board and into reality. And this provision reflects those principles. Those are the primary elements of the franchise agreement that I wanted to bring to your attention. Do you have any questions about them? Or do you want to wait until after Julie has a chance to say something and then ask questions of us both?
Why don't we let Julie give her point of view, and then we'll take questions.
Good morning. I really don't have a presentation. I think Vance laid out the contract fairly succinctly. I just want to say that it's been a long process, and we just appreciate the county working so diligently with us to get this done and to accomplish this by the end of the year, because it's been a lot of work, and Vance has certainly led that team to get this accomplished. I think Vance laid it out. We worked together on this, so Vance's comments really reflect our comments. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Well, I would like to point out that Vance was hoping to have this wrapped up a year ago.
So was Julie.
But things didn't go quite as quickly as we had hoped. Apparently deadlines help get things moving. So, I guess, is there any concern getting this wrapped up by the end of the year?
Well, I think, as Vance said, we're about 99% certain. We just have some higher levels of approval, and we need to wait for that to come down, and it's in the process today. So we are certainly hoping to be finished with this very quickly. And Vance, I will say, our legal name, and you may see this, the legal name of Coffin Butte Landfill is Valley Landfills, Inc. And so we are DBA, Coffin Butte Landfill, DBA, Republic Services, but Valley Landfills, Inc. is the name you'll see.
Well, I'm glad you say that, because when I looked at the various deeds, I saw Valley Landfill all over the place, and I just kind of scratched my head thinking, wait a minute, how can they both be owners? Okay, that's better.
As I delved into it, I also had many names, so I checked with our legal department and said, tell me what legal name to use. Valley Landfills, Inc. is our legal name.
All right, and I really appreciate the lining out the dump stopper program. That is a kind of ongoing concern of rural landowners, and the partnership there, I think, is important, and glad that's getting formalized. And same comment on the flat rate on the self-haulers, that just makes sense. I'm surprised it's taken this long to get to a flat rate and get the Toyota Corollas out of the lineup with the big rigs. And so I think that's a nice improvement. Any other questions or comments for these folks?
I would just say that we started out at the county with a certain set of goals. One was to protect the local environment. Another was to protect the county in terms of its own revenues from the landfill franchise, and then to ensure the longevity of the landfill, because we have to have some place to take waste here, and we are increasingly a regional landfill and not just a local county landfill, because landfill resources are scarce. So I would like to just say that I feel that the negotiating team on both sides did a good job at balancing out the interests of the public services and of the county in terms of moving forward for another 20 years. And I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot as we move forward in the next 5 years, given the way this landfill franchise is structured, both because of things like the dump stoppers and self-hauler fees, and because of the larger issues of landfill expansion. And DEQ, of course, has an ultimate role to play in terms of landfill expansion as well. So we will be in touch. But I'm pleased and with this product. I think that the negotiating teams have done a good job.
Well, and it's been really helpful, Van, so you've kept us informed and up to date. What you went over this morning is a lot of detail, but most of the points have been in the works for quite a while. So I appreciate your efforts in keeping us informed on the details of the negotiations. So, thank you.
Well, just so you know, I really dislike sending those long emails, but I didn't have a choice. I mean, Julie drove me to it, frankly.
I'll take that one.
I appreciate that now we know who to blame. So that's cool. All right. I guess this would be the time to ask for any public comment. And Vance, have we had any written or email comments on this topic?
Not to my knowledge. Teresa, I don't think we have we?
No, we have not.
Okay. Well, one last call for public comment. Hearing none, I would entertain a motion. On page 41.
Many documents open on my desktop. I would move to approve the application to renew Republic Services franchise and to approve and enter into the franchise agreement.
Annabelle seconds that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries. Well, thanks, Vance and Julie, for all your efforts. I think this, like Zan said, this sets us up in pretty good shape for the next 2 decades. So, thanks for all the hard work and looking forward to having a final agreement real soon here.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. Thank you very, very much. Easy to work with you.
Thank you, Matt. We're a good team now.
Yes, and we always have been.
That's right. Thank you.
So I close the public hearing, is that correct, Vance?
That's correct, and move back into your regular agenda.
Okay. I'm closing the public hearing, and then we will get to item 4, work session. We are at 4.2, discussion regarding coronavirus testing philosophy and strategy, and we have our health department folks. Are you taking the lead on this, Suzanne?
Yes, Tom and I.
Commissioner Malone, I would
taking the lead on.
Commissioner Malone, I would just like to set the stage for just a moment, and then we should recognize all of the staff members that have joined us. But just quickly, I asked Suzanne and Tom King several weeks ago to come forward and have this dialogue with the board as it relates to the county's philosophy and strategy for testing surrounding coronavirus. And I asked that question for a number of reasons, and that was really, I see a lot of confusion surrounding testing. I've received a number of complaints, as well as I know the board has, surrounding testing, and I've also had personal experience with myself and family members needing to gain access to testing for a variety of reasons. And just going through that process, I would say it was confusing. And so after all of those things kind of came together. It's like, it'd be a good idea for us to have our staff come before the board, talk about what our current philosophy is surrounding testing and our strategy as it relates to that, and then really ask the question, should we be doing anything different? I would also acknowledge that other counties in Oregon and across the country view testing in some cases differently, and so looking at what some other communities are doing surrounding testing, I just thought it was a good idea for us to ask the question, and if we want to continue our current philosophy and strategy, that's fine. If we think we should change it, then what would changing it look like? And I know in a number of conversations with board members that this topic has been on their mind as well as the mind of their constituents. So with that being said, I asked Suzanne and Tom to come forward today with their staff members to update the board, share our philosophy and strategy, and then take any questions from the board and just ask that question, should we change our strategy or should we not? So with that being said, Suzanne, I'll turn it over to you as well as to Tom King.
Thank you. And before we begin, I would like to introduce April Holland, who just joined us today. We've all been anxiously awaiting her arrival, so we're thrilled that she made it here. Today is her first day on the job, so she's literally only been here a couple of hours, and here she is meeting all of you already. And as you know, she's our new Deputy Director for Public Health, and she'll be spending the next couple of weeks spending a lot of time with Charlie as part of her ongoing process before he departs us at the end of the month. Thank you, April, and welcome. So in terms of our, and I will say that we also have Dr. Bruce Thompson joining us today. As you know, he's our health officer for Benton County, and we had an opportunity to have a bit of a pre-meeting to prepare, which also included Dr. Bradford, but she was not able to join us today. She's actually off this week, but she was part of our conversation to help us prepare to talk with you today. So at the Community Health Center, she's intimately familiar with the processes and the testing done there, and I'm sure she'd be happy to join us for future conversations. In terms of our current strategy, I would say it's pretty much in alignment with our mission and values, including health equity and security, focusing on testing patients at the Community Health Center, focused on the events, of which there have been 16 in Benton, but also shared within the county. And most of those are focused on more underserved or vulnerable populations, such as agricultural workers. But also the part of our mission that says, partner with our local health system. So, and also being in line with OHA guidance and recommendations around testing. So what that means is, where I have a primary care provider and I have health insurance coverage, if I believe I might need a test, that would be my first recourse of where I would seek advice and potentially get that test. Patients of other clinics or private sector providers would check there. Hospitals would handle their patient population or potentially some of their staff. And then looking really for the health department in particular to be the safety net as we are in other areas, such as various vaccinations, is looking to make sure that groups who really don't have another way into the system for testing or are unlikely to have a way in are covered sufficiently. I would say, and certainly Dr. Thompson will speak to this more knowledgeably than I can, but being in alignment with other medical community practices, and in ways that we hope to support the sound public health strategy. So being mindful and providing a great deal of consultation with other groups, such as being mindful that you may be able to go into, say, a private testing facility and get a test prior to traveling, but whether or not that test is completely accurate, and even if it is, it means that test is only valid in that moment, and we shouldn't let our guard down with regard to the kind of safety protocols or risk levels, even if we're getting the test prior to traveling. Also, as you know, and probably part of what prompted the conversation today, is testing practices do differ somewhat by county, and some of that is based on what's available in that county in terms of private provider kinds of resources and assistance. It may have to do with how high their numbers are in terms of infection rates or various outbreaks that might be occurring, or various different types of underserved or vulnerable populations. What the constituency of that county is most amenable to, any number of factors to come into play. And one example is Lynn County, who apparently has a robust medical reserve corps of volunteers, which has given them some additional capacity just from augmenting their workforce in that respect, which has given them some options. And of course, they generously invite others to participate in those testing events as well, but they are located and focused on Lynn County. There are different types of tests available, which I'm definitely going to defer to Charlie and Dr. Thompson to explain. Some are quick, some take longer, some have different accuracy rates, and they're used in different settings, and some take longer to get a result than others. And some of that can be due to whatever's happening with that particular supply chain at any point in time, or probably other factors as well. And then just in terms of our county staff, I think and I would invite Tom to please elaborate on this, but it seems that everyone, whether they're at the community health center or at the health department, is at full capacity doing all that they can with the existing staff to cover all the testing that's needed for health center patients and for the events that we have in the community. And Tom, I invite you to please elaborate or cover anything that I failed to mention.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Suzanne. I mean, as far as the CHC goes, our staff here is definitely at full capacity with the work they're doing to cover our own established patients with regards to testing. And then those staff members that we have, the health navigation team, has really been stretched to provide services across our community with the different testing events. I think they've done nearly 1,000 tests so far with the 16 events. A lot of that work is focused on, like Suzanne said, with agriculture workers. But in addition to not just the testing side where they're getting stretched, as far as education and outreach and building those relationships with the different farms, so we can get in there and actually do the testing events. Because without that outreach and relationships, that work would not be able to happen. So if you look at the health navigation team, I know I've had a conversation with those with the leaders of those groups right now, and they're extremely stretched. That staff is doing all they can, work weekends, nights when they're trying to do these testing events and everything, trying to get to the different farms where they can. So to ask them to do more in addition to what they're doing, it wouldn't be possible. We'd have to find additional resources outside of what we currently have with the folks that we have right now. So that's kind of where we are as far as the CHC. We do have some additional testing capability now, but that we're getting the demand for it. But it comes down to being able to fit those in the schedule that we have and being able to do that. So that's where we sit right now with the CHC. And like Suzanne said, and I'm sure you'll hear from Charlie, I mean, the health department's feeling the same stretch with their staff as well.
So, Tom, when you speak to the CHC having additional capability, do you mean additional types of tests available for use within the clinic system?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
How are we doing for testing supplies and do we have what we need to do the testing?
We do have the testing supplies we need for the demand we have right now. I mean, I guess the issue's not so much on the testing supply as on the resulting of the test. I guess the backlog of the turnaround times for testing. I mean, that's where I think where the issue is not on the supply as far as we go, is how quickly it's able to be turned around and get results back to us.
And that was going to be my follow-up question, is just how are we doing for turnaround times, or is it like it has been sometimes pretty good, but if you put a sample in towards the end of the week, the turnaround time may be longer than ideal.
Quest, who's the lab that we use in the CHC, is about 2 to 4 days. However, the local lab that a lot of the providers are using is longer. I think they had some issues that Charlie could probably speak to from the community side of what's happened there in Dr. Thompson, but I think that one got up to 2 weeks here recently on turnaround times.
All right, thank you. Well, Charlie, do you want to chime in here from your point of view?
Yeah, and Charlie and Dr. Thompson, some of what Joe alluded to around the different approaches and philosophies different states are taking about testing, as well as what might be coming up for us. If one or both of you could speak to that as part of your presentation, that would be great.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be happy to start, and then Bruce can pitch in. Yeah, laboratory capacity remains a challenge throughout Oregon. Labs are doing everything they can, but with the increase in cases, we do have a local lab that was impacted by having staff get ill, and at the same time, unfortunately, in sort of perfect storm, had some equipment problems, and it is really sensitive equipment that needs calibration, is not really designed to work 24/7, but it's being asked to do that, as are their laboratory staff. And so you try to staff up, there's limitations there. And when those things come together, yeah, we have a recent serious slowdown. And so, there are real concerns that while testing supplies, the swabs and those kind of things are in good supply, there's still choke points in the capacity and number of laboratorians there are to work, the laboratory reagents, and it doesn't matter sort of how many swabs and how many testing centers are set up. If you've got the other end of the equation that's got limitations, all you're going to do is really slow down everything, including the medical testing for those people who are indeed identified close contacts of known cases, and the folks that we really have a top priority on intervening with to disrupt identified centers of infection. One of the other concerns out there that it is alive and well in an ongoing discussion in my world, in the public health world, is let me be really frank, is facilitating and promoting the misapprehension that a test gives you a free pass to travel or to get together with people that live in a different household during the holidays. And, a test done at one point in time is only valid for that particular point in time, and in fact is not valid 2 hours later, even when if someone's got an incipient infection and they're building up the viral load in their bodies, they may test positive very shortly after testing negative, and having on-demand testing that to facilitate travel. We know that there are businesses that are demanding testing for as a matter of policy to return to work. That is their own business, but there's a great deal of controversy in my world about promoting and facilitating this misapprehension about testing, and sort of promoting the misunderstanding that when we say gather with your household, this does not mean your close relatives who live, in a different home or in a different town. You consider them family, but they haven't lived under your roof for several years, and we would rather not have those kind of gatherings. Happening. So there's a bit of a philosophical issue there. The other thing, and I'll let Bruce sort of address the type of tests, the rapid turnaround tests, the Binax tests that we've gotten, the other rapid antigen tests are really only approved by the FDA for testing symptomatic individuals. There's a lot of private businesses and concerns out there that are using those tests really on a for-profit basis as a rapid turnaround test, but that is not what the tests were designed for. It's not where their accuracy lies, and so the chances of getting a false result on those rapid antigen tests is even higher and gives an even greater false sense of security. So I'll let Bruce talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, so thanks, Charlie. That's really touched on a lot of the very important subjects and misunderstandings that come in around the testing issue. So there are pretty much three labs that service, well, actually 4 labs that service Oregon. One is Quest, another is LabCorp. These are national chains, basically. They've been around for a long time. Another is the state lab testing facility, and then there is our local lab testing facility, which actually serves all of the state. OHA has used their lab in testing in other parts of the state. So it's and throughout this, different labs need to shut down to recalibrate their instruments, and then their turnaround times go up. And in addition to that, there's just so many more tests that are being done that the turnaround times increase. So Quest right now is 2 to 4 days. LabCorp is more like 6 to 8 days. But that'll flip flop. Quest will have to shut down some of their instruments to calibrate them, and then their turnaround time will go up, and it's just an ongoing feature as a result of really a national level of for planning for this pandemic. So just to address the rapid tests. These are only approved for symptomatic people. They have and they do get misused. It's actually a business model to do rapid testing, and unfortunately, in some cases, not fully understand what a negative rapid test might mean. And we have run into that. And then there's the PCR testing, which is kind of the gold standard, and that's the nasal swab or the nasopharyngeal swab. Our recent challenges, our local lab was stood up for this pandemic through an association with Oregon State University, and they have recently attained 3 additional instruments. They have increased, they've taken over more of the building in which they are located. They just received a shipment of 200,000 kits from the state. So they are now, and they are working on their backlog from just around Thanksgiving time, when they had, working in a lab like this, you're going to have people get contaminated every once in a while. And we don't know if it's actually due to their work in the lab, or just what, their interactions, social interactions in the community. We don't really know that, but as a result, a whole shift had to be quarantined, and this instrument needed to be recalibrated. So they are just finishing up on their backlog. It should be, they were hoping it would be all caught up as of this past Friday. I haven't checked in with them this week. And they've hired additional crew, of course, because they have these additional instruments, and they want to provide, a quality service that is not delayed by being overwhelmed. So that's kind of the local update, at least. We should be really very proud of the fact that a local business has stepped up and is actually serving communities around the state. We should be thankful for that, I think. Any questions I'd be happy to work on if I haven't covered this as fully as you would like.
So one question I know that was posed to us prior to coming together today was, you talked about the public health perspective on some of the misunderstandings around testing and what it means for you and what it doesn't. But one of the questions is, there's a perspective, I think, among some public health professionals or in some other states that mass testing is maybe preferable because if I'm positive and I know that I'm positive, I can take steps to protect myself and protect those around me. Whereas if I don't know, I'm probably out potentially in the community. And so I'm wondering if you speak to that perspective.
Yeah, so that is back to the, if I get a negative test, hey, I'm good to go, and I'm not a threat to others, and that perspective kind of falls apart as the pandemic grows and more and more of us become infected, and in many cases, have no idea where we got infected. So whereas that perspective may have been more valid 6 months ago, it's increasingly less valid these days, and certainly there's public health messaging that says, you should consider everyone as a potential case, not to the level of paranoia, but just to the level of continuing to protect yourself by wearing face coverings and sanitizing and keeping physical distance at
I appreciate the comment about that you have a test. Well, that's a snapshot in time versus, I'm good to go. I mean, I'm almost treating a test like the vaccine is, well, I got a test. I'm ready for anything. So I think that emphasizing that, I mean, there's inaccuracies in tests, and well, like you say, that doesn't guarantee that's not looking into the future. That's looking into the past, and that I think we really need to work on that messaging. But, any other questions for our health department folks? And I think we would be remiss if we didn't recognize April Holland there on her first day on the job. Do you have any words of wisdom for us, April?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This is my first meeting, and I'm glad that all the equipment is working great, and everyone's welcomed me so warmly here. Words of wisdom. Well, I come from a county that had very high coronavirus numbers and deaths, and very different atmosphere. My background is in infectious disease epidemiology, and I supervised our communicable disease and epidemiology programs along with 3 others, and really just looking forward to seeing how things work here, how everything is organized. It's different in every spot, and meeting all of the amazing professionals that work here to keep our community safe. So I hope that I can bring some perspective that's useful and some support and facilitation to our team. Really, really happy to be here. So thank you.
Well, great. It's wonderful to have you part of the team. I'm glad you get at least a little bit of time to overlap with our superstar Charlie Fountain here.
I'm so grateful for that. Yes, thank you.
All right. Joe.
Commissioner, before we move on to another topic, I'd like to ask our staff to talk a little bit about adjoining jurisdictions. One of the more common stories that I receive now are community members leaving our community, going to adjoining communities to receive testing because they were unable or frustrated with being able to try and gain a test locally. So staff, if you could share a little bit more about why that may be occurring or not. But that is, I probably had 3 to 5 different folks approach me about that over the last month.
Yeah, so I would be happy to address that because it's a bit of a story, but it's a good story. It's a learning story. It's, what we do in this pandemic is we're constantly learning. And so just specifically cases that I know of that have been indicated to be close contacts and have been instructed by public health appropriately to quarantine themselves would go to another county and be able to obtain one of these rapid tests, what's called a point of care test, a POC. And what that does is the tests take about 15 minutes to run. These are rapid antigen tests, and so then they see a provider, they get one of these rapid antigen tests, it's negative, the provider discusses the fact that, well, you have a negative test, and it doesn't sound to me like you were close contact, so you don't really have to quarantine. So this was a 2-month ongoing exchange that I had with another county that was, facilitating this kind of testing and this kind of messaging. And it actually resulted in a letter being sent to that facility who actually has offices in 2 counties, just from OHA saying that they needed to basically clean up the act, or it would be reported to the Board of Medical Examiners. So that was just a story that I was involved with, and in conjunction with the health officers from the other county, just kind of raising the red flag because it impacted our county. So that's tales from the trenches, I guess.
Yeah, I love that, with the weekly testing facility in Lynn County, they're not using rapid tests, they're using nasal PCR. They received a lot of assistance early on. They were a significant locus of outbreak early in the pandemic, received assistance from OHA to ramp up. Received a significant amount of assistance from the CARES Act and other funding through their commissioners to ramp up very early, and they also have a large group of medical volunteers. And I know Suzanne has had discussions with leadership in Lynn County, and they have said that within their own departments and without having that medical reserve, it would not be possible at all for them to begin ramping up that. And I think that's worth us considering at a time when it's going to be really incumbent on us, whatever additional capacity we can muster, will really need to be focused on ongoing outbreak disruption through communicable disease investigation and on building capacity for vaccinating, at least in coordinating and planning that vaccination. We may not be a primary vaccinator in our county, but people will work with public health to be a leader in planning and coordinating, and that's going to require additional capacity. And so, I think it's worth considering as a matter of priorities. Do we really want for it? Can we afford it? Or can we find the personnel to aim at testing, which has some real limited capabilities for disrupting or slowing the pandemic, or can we put our limited resources towards investigation, contact tracing, and planning vaccination, which really are the public health mission or prevention. And so I just put that out there.
I'm sorry. In some ways, we have a little bit of a natural experiment going on, although the populations aren't discrete. But Oregon State University, given their regular randomized testing, is doing, using a very different protocol than we are for the general population of the county. And so, can we say anything about the behavior of folks that are affiliated with OSU based on the regular and quite frequent testing of some individuals in that population versus the rest of us? Or do you think that's part of what's contributed to people's sense of imperviousness, or because they've been tested, 3 times over the period of the last 6 weeks, they feel like they can mingle freely?
Yeah, I don't know that we have a large population that feels they can mingle freely. I think, when I look around the community, I don't get out a lot, but I talk to a lot of people, and I think, compliance with precautions. When I talk to my colleagues around the state, and they talk about what's going on in their communities, the number of community groups that are meeting in person. My feeling is that we have very good compliance here. The OSU testing is a significant piece, and because they are offering that to faculty and staff, there is carryover into our general population and into households, and with a vast majority of students living off campus and actually residing in the community and shopping for food and in the community and not being served by OSU food service. I think that testing regimen gives us a good feel, proxy feel, but a feel for what's going on in the community that is provided by other voluntary testing regimens in other jurisdictions. I think we're really fortunate to have those OSU efforts, and those will resume as soon as winter term begins. OSU Trace, and we also have community and OSU wastewater testing going on, and that's sporadic in other parts of the state. It is a daily and weekly events here, so I think we have some pretty good surveillance systems in place.
The wastewater testing is something that I was also wondering about because there's no kind of graphical data of trend that I've seen, and it would be helpful to be able to see that, to get a sense for that prevalence data for our population, knowing that it's only the city and it's not for the entire county. So I guess it's another kind of false sense of security if we only are looking at part of our population.
Yeah, I think we have to be really, really cautious about wastewater testing at this point. It is, there's not a lot of scientific reliability. Even locally, trying to compare campus wastewater test results with individual PCR testing. There's a number of times OSU has had spikes in wastewater testing, gone into specific buildings and facilities, and done, 60-80% more of people within those buildings, and found very few cases. And so, there is really this is a science that is under development, and they're really, the people conducting it, kind of in a lot of ways have more questions than answers about what is the potential of those RNA fragments in the biofilms on the walls of the sewage lines, at junctions, what's cooling. It's quite variable. One person may be dumping a whole lot of RNA on a given day, and someone else who's infected only a very, very little bit, and we don't know much about that viral shedding. And so, I think that a huge value of what OSU is doing is increasing the scientific baseline around these sort of surveillance methods. I'm not sure they're ready for prime time for actual practice surveillance quite yet. And others may disagree with me, but that's kind of my feeling about wastewater testing at this time.
Yeah, just to, as we what I would say is no matter how much testing we do, it is always going to be an underestimate of what's going on in the community. And at some point, you just say, well, you know, what's the point of that? What's really important is to be able to test people who have symptoms and truly identify the cases so that the positive cases for coronavirus so that they can get into isolation and slow down help to squelch the surge as well as flatten the curve. So yeah, just an overall perspective of whatever it is we come up with as positive cases, it's an underestimate.
Certainly, and this is April. If you don't mind, if I could add one thing, I'm thinking back to what Charlie said about where to put the limited resources, whether it's into case investigation and contact tracing or testing. Both of those depend so heavily upon compliance, and because if you're tested, you still need to comply with the isolation requirements. And if you are called by a contact tracer, you really should, people really should follow those instructions. And what I've seen in my very limited time here, just from going to the grocery store and picking up items, for curbside pickup here, from the state to the county to the individual level, it seems that this county, and Corvallis in particular, I can speak to, they are really doing, you are all doing a really great job. And, going out on trails, I see people putting their masks on and really, really taking things seriously here. So it's wonderful. We just have to keep in mind as cases increase, the fatigue and the impact on morale and our community messaging to keep those things, keep that light, at the end of the tunnel. Be mindful of misinformation that's out there. And of course, the impacts on people, if they're impacted financially and they can't quarantine or isolate, what sort of supports are available to them. So both of those pieces, incredibly important, but the overall messaging and how people are living their lives and living those examples of being safe are incredibly important at the baseline.
Well, great, and I hope Lilia is paying attention. Squelch the surge. I think that would make a wonderful bumper sticker. Thank you, Dr. Thompson. That's sometimes a nice short phrase message is helpful, and I hope we pick up on that one. So, do we have any other questions or comments for our wonderful health department folks?
Not at this time, but I really appreciate the discussion. We've been talking about testing in passing for quite a while, and it's useful to reaffirm our philosophy and approach. So, appreciate it.
Absolutely. So, thank you, and now you can get back to work if that's next on your agenda. As far as our agenda, I think I will declare a 5-minute break here before we get into CIP and budget discussion with Jen and Bill. So let's get back here at 10:56. Let's see, I think everybody's here, so we are on 4.3, report on the 2017-2019 quarterly biennium and capital improvement projects. Take it away, Jen.
Good morning, Commissioners. I would like to say that we are looking at the 2019-21 biennium second quarter budget. I saw that on the agenda and I was like, oh, oops.
All
So
right.
good morning. If everyone is ready and willing to go, just wanted to say that this is our biennium second quarter report. It is a very high level overview of things going on in our finances here at the county. It is the current status at the end of the first year of the biennium, so as of 6/30/2020. There are no unknown significant new issues to note. Still keeping an eye on fleet, still keeping an eye on special transportation, but nothing significant at this time. And that, just please bear in mind, it is a snapshot, a moment in time. What happens is after I pull the data, it is already obsolete. It's just of that second. And, it was mentioned on the expenditures for the general fund and the local option levy that I will address when we get there. I just want to make note that we are very well aware of it's just a very small piece of the puzzle. So before we get really started, does anybody have anything in particular they have a question on or would like to focus on during this update of the CIP and the finances?
Doesn't look like it.
I think the other funds section, I think that's where there were the most anomalies, and I think it's just because of the fact that those funds are smaller maybe that we see the swings that much. But when we get to that point, they're just curious about some of those.
Okay. I will do my best to answer those for you. And I do apologize, there are no page numbers on this version of the PDF. They got missed, and so my apologies for that. I will make sure that gets updated again next time. So within the general fund and the local option levy fund, the total revenue as of 6/30/2020 was $85,361,280. This is overall in line with the expectations of what we should be seeing at this point of the biennium. And the revenue received to date compared to budget was at 58%. General revenue is still outperforming budget estimates. We are still doing fairly well with our interest rates and assessed value growth. And then, excuse me, within the non-departmental revenue sources, you will see that there is a line labeled other. Normally, we don't have a lot of revenue within that category, just a few miscellaneous $1,000. That is where I decided to account for the CARES Act funding, since that was a new piece, and I thought that while it's not actually, in our normal non-departmental 100 admin cost center, it was important to note since that is a large piece of revenue. So that is why there is a big swing there. As you can see, the budgeted amount is not enough in that line, but that has already been addressed in a supplemental budget that will yet again change everything going forward. In moving on to the expenditure side of the house, as you can see, there are two lines that did get triggered by the conditional cell formatting that just highlighted anything that was over 50% or the halfway point of the biennium. Neither of these are of concern at this point. I can tell you that I did run patrol and investigation as of November 30th, just for a comparison. And while it shows here that they would be essentially approximately 1% over budget, as of November, they are right on track. The threshold is 70.8, they're at 70.1%. So it is just an example of how quickly things change and how it is a picture at a point of time. And by setting up this conditional formatting to trigger it, it's just for me to really go in and try to look at things, not to call attention to any particular department whatsoever. So I do want to make that clear. I don't know, Mary, if you want to add anything or if you're good.
No. And what's really interesting about this report that you probably will never, ever see again is that the biennium to date, the actuals are actually through June 30th. However, the budget is the adjusted budget after one of or two or three of our supplemental budgets where we reduced the $500,000 from the 911. So that made it's just a timing, and like we've had a conversation about that. It's just, that's the way the reports run, and we can't back the budget back to where it was in June 30th as much as we'd like to for a lot of reasons. But
given all of that, our expenditures are still remaining fairly steady, fairly flat compared to the same time period last biennium. We're running at about 45% of the budget. Are there any questions on general fund or local option that anyone has? Seeing no movement.
Where does the fairgrounds fit in?
They will be a little later down in the report. They're going to come in under other funds.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on to the road fund, revenue is down 5% over the same time period in the prior biennium. Yet again, this would be a timing issue. It's due to capital projects not yet started or completed. Revenue is received on a reimbursement basis for that. So all it's meaning is we aren't completing all the projects that we anticipated we were going to complete at that time. In terms of the expense side for the road fund, expenditures still remain in line with the expectations. At this time, though, the expenditures are a little higher than current revenue levels, but that would be another timing issue in terms of when we are making those expenditures and when we are receiving the reimbursement revenues. Anything on the road fund? Not seeing anything. Okay.
Just to caution that if this pattern were to remain for a long term, then we would need to consider changing our expense patterns, because we can pass this off as an anomaly in the short term, but then it becomes a bit of a bow wave.
Yes, ma'am. Other funds revenue. This would address the county school fund, the fair fund, land corner preservation, the HUD block grant, Oregon Health Plan, court security, Title III fund, cemetery fund, special transportation, debt service, capital improvements, and building development reserve funds. So there are a number of funds that do fall within this category. Revenue is down 21% over the prior biennium. Digging into that, I can primarily attribute most of that to no activity in the Oregon Health Plan, because we are trying to close that fund out and move the budget elsewhere. And I would also say the lack of the annual fair does have a part in that due to the COVID pandemic. And then we've also completed the public health building, so that makes a difference too. We don't have those large expenses like we did in the prior biennium. Any questions on the revenue side? For the other funds on the expenditure side, expenditures are down approximately 8% over the same time period last biennium. Still attributing to those same factors with the lack of the annual fair no activity in the Oregon Health Plan Fund and the completion of the public health building. I would say that I do continue to keep special transportation on watch status, even though it doesn't seem to be as bad as I thought it was previously, but expenditures are still increased, and that the fund balance, was declining. So we do want to keep an eye on that just to make sure we stay ahead of that. And I know that Gary and Brad and Lisa have been doing great things with trying to bring those expenditures into line with what we have for our budget. Any questions on that?
Only to say that my actual other questions appear to be with respect to the internal service funds and not with respect to these other funds. I couldn't remember which bucket that was. Thank you.
You're welcome. Benton Clinic revenues are down 5% based on the same time period in the prior biennium. Charges for services are down. My best guess, and it's hard for me to sometimes analyze some of this based on not being on the programmatic side of the house, is I'm going to say there's probably a COVID impact here since it is the charges for service line. But overall, it could be worse. Most definitely. 5% I don't think is that bad considering, we've kind of had up and down operations since March of, oh my goodness, it'll almost be a year, since March of 2020. Any questions, comments? Moving on, the Benton Clinic on the expense side of the house, expenditures are in line with the same time period in the prior biennium. I will obviously continue to look at that and watch that because we don't want to, have our expenditures run the same but our revenue come in lower. So it's just something to keep an eye on, and I make note of that we are aware to always watch those things. The East Lynn Clinic, revenue for the East Lynn Clinic is increased 4% over the same time period. Beginning balance came in under budget by $162,000, but still higher than the prior biennium actual, so we're doing fairly good on that side. I would say on the expenditure side, the operating expense is no longer exceeding income as it was in Q1, so that is something that I had previously been keeping my eye on just to make sure we didn't get upside down, and that expenditures are down 2% over the same time period.
Jen, one of the differences between the two clinics is they made an allocation difference in their RAP payment, so East Lynn is now getting a larger percentage than it has in the past due to operations, and so that's one of the clinics.
Thank you, Mary.
The other is that they now have stable providers over there, and they didn't before. So once they actually were able to stabilize their providers, they saw an increase in their numbers.
If there's nothing else, I will move on to enterprise operations. Again, it's difficult to compare this to the prior biennium because we did move some items into enterprise operations that weren't held there before. Salmonberry Campground, Alcee Guard Station were previously in the general fund. Plus, we do have the addition of the external fleet operations that were previously housed in the internal service funds. Total revenues are 21% lower than expectation based on a 50% threshold. Part of that is being driven by all three additions to the fund, but the largest contributor still at this time would be fleet. But there is also, like I said, it's hard to compare given that the prior biennium, the total budget was about $600,000, and now I'm comparing it to a budget of $5.6 million. And then for the expenditure, yes.
Oh, sorry, maybe you're going to get there, but before you said the special transportation was kind of on your watch list, I'm assuming that fleet is also in that bucket.
Fleet is permanently on my watch list.
Yeah.
I wish for the day that it is not, and we're going to get that figured out. With the expenditure side of the house, I will say that operating expense exceeded income in the first year by approximately $232,000. Primarily contributed, yes, to fleet. That has most definitely moved up to the top of my watch status at this time. I am in the process of working with the Mercury model to cost out the fleet rates for the upcoming biennium. So hopefully we can get this all turned around.
Commissioner,
Any other questions?
just wanted to interject that on January 5th, you'll be having a presentation regarding fleet. Commissioners, let me try that again. On January 5th, you'll be having a presentation from Gary Stockoff and Keith Nicholson regarding our fleet rate and the analysis that's been done by Mercury. That's what Jen was referring to. So we'll be able to spend more time with you talking about the financial challenges facing fleet and the recommended model that came out of our recommendations from Mercury, which is a consultant that we hired. Thank you. Please, Jen, please continue.
Mary, do you have anything to add about fleet? No? Okay. Just making sure. Internal service revenue. Revenue is down 5% based on the same time in the prior biennium, driven by low collection and operating grants and contributions. And then the note here, and I should have expanded on that because I did find out more information after the fact. It says that no revenue was received in health management services for the regional health assessment. After talking to Danielle and Sandy, and correct me, I see Danielle might still be on here, Danielle Summers. The result of looking into that is none of us know why the RHA was budgeted in health management services and the actual revenue is going into a different location. Is that kind of how I remember it, Danielle?
Yes, that's correct. The revenue is going to a different location, which was further muddied by the reclass that we did with those cost centers.
Okay, so that is because of the anomaly. It is just something that we need to make note of, so when we're looking at the financials, it's factored in. And then for the expense side, internal services, expenditures are increased 18% over the same time period. That is the Pfizer purchase was a big factor in that it was not something that we would normally have in a regular cycle comparison of biennium to biennium. Then internal service funds. Questions?
Turn my mic on. The next page that talks about the community services program and the cultural and education program were really where because they're highlighted, wanted to know a little bit more about them and what caused those highlightings.
Perfect. So I do, same as the general fund and the local option expenditure side. I run through the funds and the programs and enter the threshold for the time period that we are looking at. So obviously at this point, halfway through, we would anticipate that appropriations would be approximately 50% of the biennium. Mm-hmm. With the community services program, I believe if you were to look at the prior quarter report, you would also see it highlighted there. The payment that we made to the city of Corvallis for a lot of the rain, the foundry, all of those, I think our budget was a little lower than the amount we were actually paying. So that's just triggering that. So I would anticipate that 0.5% is probably going to carry through to the next set. The 49%, you know, this is kind of a pat holdover with the yellow highlighting. It's highlighting a threshold below the 50% level. To me, it's not that meaningful, but it had a purpose, and I've kind of just left it there to see if it ever triggers something great, like, you know, we're at 25%. You can definitely see, then we need to take a look at our budget then. I wouldn't worry about the cultural and education program at 49%. I would say that the school fund, it has to do with when we receive the payments in and when we receive the payments out. So we've actually received 59.3% of that budgeted revenue at that time and then paid that out to the school fund. So that's just a complete timing issue of when we receive the revenue and pass it through.
And also a function of the assessed value increasing so that there's just more money coming through than we had budgeted?
No, actually, it's state forest revenues. That goes into the school fund. And generally, every year, every biennium, we come to you with a budget amendment for the school fund because we tend to budget low, and when the state forest revenues come in, we have to go, oh, okay, we have to change that budget. So it really is a function of state forest revenue for the school fund.
Okay, and it's just
Go ahead.
highly unpredictable.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the last time we came to you and we had to ask for more money twice for the county school fund because it just came through a lot higher than we had anticipated. The local option levy fund, that small amount under general government program, that's the cost allocation side. There is an added line in that fund for refunds, so that's what is bumping that up, and it's just something to keep an eye on to make sure that we don't go over our appropriation authority. It wasn't budgeted for, and it's, I guess, something maybe, Mary, we should think about going forward on adding that, 'cause
we'll have to have a budget adjustment for that.
And you say refunds? What sort of refunds are we talking?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, but is that the tax payment refunds?
Correct. It is the tax refunds.
Tax refunds caused by, I'm just not familiar here.
Adjustments to values in the property tax roll that we have to refund.
Okay, so it's based on the BOPTA proceedings?
BOPTA and other adjustments that are made throughout the year as well.
Okay.
Or appeals, you know.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of that, and so helps.
There are no red highlighted cells on the next page. I would just flip to the third page of appropriations and say the Building Development Reserve Fund, while it's at 96.8% for capital improvements, that is okay. We had moved those, we had moved the budget to transfer out to another area, and we were not anticipating any more expenditures for the biennium within that. Obviously, just something to watch, and if something does get charged there, it most likely probably didn't belong there, and we need to get it cleaned up. So I am not concerned with that one being over the threshold at all. I expected it. So the Employee Benefit Trust Fund, the Intergovernmental Services Fund, those three lines should be fixed with the supplemental. We were making adjustments, and I do not believe at the time that I had ran this report that particular budget amendment had been approved yet in the system. So it didn't push itself through. So I would anticipate that if I go in and look at that today and make sure that amendment was approved in Munis, those numbers would change. And then the last one on the final page would be tax title land fund. We had come to you for a supplemental budget adjustment back in July. It's at 75.8%. I might add that to the list to ask for a little more authority just in case anything does come up. That would have been the repairs on the foreclosures, right, Mary? I think that's what that was. Maybe I should have asked.
It was the removal of the tanks on that Bell Fountain property, the above ground storage tanks. Hopefully we don't have any more of those to do in the next 6 months.
Aside from that, are there any other questions on the finances?
For me, thank you. I'm still, after 4 years, learning the budget and trying to make sure I understand how it all comes together. So I appreciate your patience with me asking big and small questions.
Dan, I actually appreciate it because it makes me think, and when I look at these reports, I have to try to anticipate what you all might ask me and why something is the way it is, and it helps me learn and grow as well because there are a lot of departments and a lot of programs within this county. So it's good to learn a little bit about all of them.
And of course, just like any budget, there's an awful lot of inertia in terms of where things are and how they're structured, and not everyone's logic system matches. So I think it takes time to learn it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just kind of, oh, yes, Commissioner.
Well, just, it's timely talking about the actual budget as we're beginning to develop the next biennium's budget. So this is helpful.
Thank you. I am still working on trying to get you the 6-month reports a little sooner. It still obviously hasn't happened because here we are, it's December again, and it's almost time to start working on the next set. Maybe we'll get it down one time where it'll be a little quicker. In terms of the capital improvement, I did provide the project status report. If I'm being honest, this format is not my favorite in any way, shape, or form, but I have not had a chance to find an easier, cleaner way to present this information to you. This does include not only the general fund requested projects, but it is the capital improvement update for the county as a whole. Going forward, I'd like to find a nicer way to delineate that, so we're pulling apart the information but providing the bigger picture as well. I will say that in terms of the general fund allocation, it was revised down when we came to you asking to kind of pull back some of those capital improvement project expenses in June. So the revised allocation for the general fund actually ended up coming in at 1.3 million approximately, instead of the 3 million that we had set aside for CIP for the biennium. And that as of June 30th, approximately a little less than 500,000 of that has been spent to date. So we're doing really well in terms of funds being spent. You know, we are pocketing, by pocketing, I mean saving for a rainy day for the next budget cycle. 1.6 million of that capital improvement project on the side of the general fund allocation. I'm working on capital improvement requests for the upcoming biennium right now. And I think from what I can see, saving that 1.6 million and not spending it might come in handy. There are a lot of big requests, and that the committee will get an update of where we are on those projects as well. Is there any questions on the capital improvement side?
I'm going from memory, but a lot of that 1.6 million that we're not planning on spending in the current biennium. I have a feeling will come. They were deferred, versus going away. So I think deferral is probably the correct term for the 1.6 million that we're not spending this time, but I'm sure we'll be looking at for the next biennium.
I would agree. I would say the bulk of that was probably deferral. There were some projects that weren't needed, and that we did let everyone know that even if their project was deferred, that they still needed to put in a new request for that item, simply so that way we can include it in the plan. So it should come before the committee again. Any other questions? If not, that is all I have for today.
Well, thank you. Always appreciate these updates. I know best laid plans in terms of making them a little more timely, but it's been a very busy year, so certainly understand.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Somehow, when you were talking about the timing and the ongoing nature, I had the image of the people that get to meet the Golden Gate Bridge, and they just keep painting it. They never get done.
It never gets done. It never ends. If it's not one thing, it's another.
All right. Well, great. And I think the CIP committee meets this Friday. So
that is correct.
We will be discussing some of those projects.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next up, 4.4, discussion regarding LEAP and LAP as required by the CDBG and ongoing CBG audit efforts. I think Rebecca Taylor is going to handle that. I see Greg showing up, so.
Yeah, Commissioners, I'll start. Greg Barrett, Community Development Director. Just to set the stage for this discussion, community development block grants are a funding mechanism that the county has used in the past. It's been nearly a decade since our most recent CDBG, but during the COVID crisis, Rebecca, as part of her work for the EOC, took on application management of the process for applying for and then implementing our first CDBG in a number of years. So I will hand it over to Rebecca to lead this conversation, but want to remind everyone that it's something that we do not have in our standard operating procedures, either within my department or the county as a whole. And Rebecca has been doing a great job of learning how to do this, and has gained a lot of insight. And that's part of what we want to share today is the knowledge that's been gained. But I also want to make it clear that we still don't have the capacity built into our organization to take on additional CDBGs. So if we choose to do so, we'll choose to take on additional ones, we'll need to develop that capacity one way or another. So with that, I'll hand it over to Rebecca. And Rebecca, if there are things you want me to address, feel free to point those my way.
Well, I think that was a good introduction, specifically about the objective of this discussion is to look where we can either build capacity or if that capacity is necessary at this time based on prioritization of seeking funding on top of the other funding sources that the county is getting in response to COVID. So just as an update, to let you guys know where the current grant is, and that was for small businesses and micro enterprises to assist with businesses in the county outside of the city of Corvallis, and including all unincorporated areas of the county, along with Philomath, the city of Adair, and Monroe. So everything outside of the city of Corvallis is eligible for this grant opportunity. So initially, I think one of the big pushes for this grant opportunity was the fact that we had not sought CDBG funding for some time, and so there were some larger of the eligibility requirements for CDBG funding that we have to get done, and that is what the Limited English Proficiency Plan is. That's what the LIP is in the acronym of the subject line. And in addition to that, the 504 checklist. Both of these program requirements are assessing the county's compliance with specific federal guidelines. So for the Limited English Proficiency Plan, as you read in the agenda checklist, this is a necessary thing for us to demonstrate to the state in order for us to do the first draw of funding for the current CDBG grant that we were awarded. And so one of the things that I wanted to come to talk to the board about today is that is a plan that the county needs to adopt, and also that it will take some time to assess our compliance with those standards. I've already been working with Sarah Harstein and Peter Banworth to initiate the first step of that. But I think I'll back up real quick because I realize I'm just rolling out the door with this information. I do have Kate Porsche here as well. Leah is here as well to also assist with updating the board about where we're at with this project. It is my hope that once I presented this information to the board today, that these larger projects necessary to demonstrate compliance with these will be taken on independent of me. And so that's another objective that I'm bringing to the board today. So the Limited English Proficiency Plan, which the health department is helping me with as far as demonstrating certain demographic information. In addition to that, we will need to reach out to all departments to learn from them and what they're doing to comply with these standards and or what they can do. So I will quickly hand it over to Lilia. I don't mean to catch you off guard, Lilia, but based on our conversations last week, kind of where you're at, maybe reviewing and updating the board about the conversation we had with Sarah Harstein.
Absolutely, thank you, Rebecca. So commissioners, as Rebecca mentioned, she and I have been working together for some time on this effort. Initially, Rebecca and I were in communication per my role on the Policy Oversight Committee, knowing that this Limited English Proficiency Plan was a plan, not a policy. Rebecca felt that it would be worthwhile to run the plan through the policy group, given that a plan of this nature could potentially be a foundation for a policy of something like that in the future. So Rebecca and I were coordinating regarding process, in particular early on. However, as I think Rebecca and Sarah and myself kind of delved further into this Limited English Proficiency Plan, we noted how valuable it would be to have that subject matter expertise as well as that added capacity to lead the Limited English Proficiency Plan. As you all know, we have been working to recruit and hire a equity, diversity, and inclusion coordinator. Both myself, Rebecca, and Sarah Hartstein feel that this person would be really a valuable subject matter expert to bring to the table in the development of this plan. And so I'm happy to report that I do have an accepted verbal offer for that role of EDI coordinator. And so I look forward to a potentially anticipated start date of January 19th. So by allowing for the EDI coordinator to come on board, to have that full-time capacity to lead this effort as well as subject matter expertise is an approach that Rebecca, Sarah, and I all discussed and felt was a worthy approach, as opposed to fast-tracking it through the policy process for that input cycle. So, Rebecca, is there anything that you want me to hit on in particular that I may have missed?
Just that because of relying on this position to assist with the larger effort on the lip lap than maybe previously we had planned, is that it will change the schedule we had kind of carved out for the completion of that.
Yeah.
I will touch on that a little bit more because I know that there had been questions with economic development, and I know Kate Porsche's here, is what does that mean to have these outstanding eligibility requirements if the county wanted to pursue some of the additional CDBG funding opportunities? And so I will clarify just real quick, because of the extension of what that process, the lip lap, will need to be in order to use the new position. We did learn from the state that we can still continue potentially to pursue additional COVID-related CDBG funding that have sort of, this immediate addressing of community needs in lieu of completing those. It's just a matter of actually getting those completed before we can have first draw on any one of those CDBG grants. So that's just one thing I'd like to touch on and give Kate Porsche an opportunity to respond to that if she had any additional information she'd like to add.
Yeah, no, once we heard back from the state, I felt really comfortable that we can do this work concurrently and that it will blend so nicely with the new position that Lily is bringing onto her team. And I think what I would just add to zoom it out a little, and we've been one of the folks behind the scenes, like, we gotta do this, we gotta do this. And I think to remind you all, the city has set aside $150,000 from their CDBG money for the same microenterprise LMI program for businesses or employees. They're holding that back, waiting, because what we'd like to do is if the county decides to move this forward, is roll those programs at the same time countywide, and then we can just get the applicants to the right place behind the scenes. We just think that will be a much clearer way to roll the program out. But to let you know too, I mean, because I think, Rebecca, you said it so well, I think, and Greg, the way you set it up, this is really about a cost-benefit question for you all as policymakers. And Mary may be able to speak to the other components, or perhaps Rebecca, but at least from the economic development side, what I would tell you, what we're looking at in terms of the benefit side is the potential for $150,000 on the county side to match the city's $150,000 to help these low to moderate income either business owners or employees. That's where we really think we'll get some traction with this, is because then basically any of the minimum wage workers would be eligible for this type of program. We also then have been in communication with the state about a separate pot of funding that they have related to education and daycare. So we've been having conversations with Corvallis Boys and Girls Club, 509J, and we are getting ready to talk to the Philomath School District. These funds are up to $50,000 each. So if we did those three applicants, that's another $150,000. And this can help with things like Wi-Fi hotspots for kiddos that are out in the rural areas. It can help pay for cleaning supplies or tutoring that's occurring. For, let's say if it's a Boys and Girls Club, it would only be for those kiddos that live outside of the Corvallis city limits, right, that come to and use the services at the Boys and Girls Club. So even, I think, modestly, that's about another $150,000. So at least from our economic development perspective, we think there's about $300,000 of community benefit for the broader county. And I don't know about the housing side. And perhaps Rebecca or Mary, you want to speak to that. But we did put together a quick spreadsheet to kind of outline the different sources from which we've been receiving funding, because they are diverse and many, just to kind of set us straight on what that looks like. But at least for the benefit, or like I like to say, the frosting side of the mini wheat, that's what the benefit looks like. But then on the cost, I think Rebecca's prepared to tell you a little bit more about what that looks like in terms of support that may be necessary on the county side and the ways in which you guys may be able to do that.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry.
Ms. Ann?
I personally am very interested in the housing side. The CDBG is a major provider of housing funds, and I would like to be able to position us in the long term to be able to take advantage of some more of those funds, especially as the Hope Board starts to roll up plans and bring them forward to the city and the county. We're going to need to be able to take advantage of all the resources. Right now, we're part of the remainder of the state pool and don't receive an allocation of funds as the city of Corvallis or the city of Albany do. But I think we're just leaving money on the table for an issue that we know is of major concern here in the county, and that's my biggest concern. And I'm very appreciative of this discussion and figuring out the best strategy to move forward to build our internal capacity to take advantage of this kind of funding.
Thank you.
Just wanted to interject again. Sorry, I had to step out for another item, so I've missed part of the conversation. On this particular agenda item, I did make a note in the agenda materials relative to financial services restructuring. And in some cases, this conversation, I think, is a little premature in terms of where that responsibility lies for managing and administrating the CDBG grants. Keep in mind that as we went through the financial services restructuring evaluation, this was one of the items that was discussed, and there are recommendations that have been made relative to this function being in financial services as part of that restructuring. That restructuring is pending the arrival of our new CFO, which will not be until January 11th. At that point in time, Mary and the consultant and I will be talking with the new CFO and discussing how to move forward with implementing those recommendations that were made. And this would be certainly one of those pieces of that discussion. So just wanted to make sure if that context had not been provided, that I did underscore that.
Well, I appreciate that, Joe. That was my question of a lot of times getting the grant is the easy part. It's administrating and making sure that the particular project gets completed and the paperwork gets taken care of. And what you're saying is this is a work in progress, and kind of stay tuned as far as how the county is going to approach this on a longer term basis. Do I have that correct?
That's correct from my perspective. And Mary can certainly weigh in on this too if she hasn't already.
No, I agree that we need to wait and see how the restructuring goes. It is a really time-consuming, all the compliance pieces of this. And even in the ones, I've attached a document that shows the prior CDBG grants, and we actually contracted COG most of the time to administer them for us, or Community Service Consortium. We did the reporting, but they did all the programmatic check-ins and the reporting that way.
And that conversation may well be worth revisiting, but I think that at this point in time, both of those entities are also very maxed out in terms of their own capacity. So I think that it's probably worth a larger conversation about how we want to make use of these funds. I'm just very cognizant that as a county, we're not making adequate use of these federal dollars that are available to us for topics that are usually very pertinent at any given time, because CDBG is very responsive to need.
So if I may, I just wanted to back up a little bit and allow Lilia to kind of conclude some of the description of the efforts for the limited English proficiency plan and kind of what that means as far as the current grant that we have going. So with that staff person taking on a large sum of that project, it will be pushing out the deadline that we have to complete that. The grant contract was signed last month. We have 12 months to disperse all the funds for that grant from the date that the contract is signed. I feel that with discussions with Kate previously that, if we can get the limited English proficiency plan done in the next couple months, we should be in good shape to be able to disperse those funds. There is no requirement of how many draws we have or when the duration between each draw, so it could be one lump sum with the state that we draw that all as one. So that's just some feedback as far as the timeline for the current grant. I will also say a shout out to Paul Walsinger. I know he's not here, but he did an amazing job completing the 504 checklist, which required him and staff to assess all the facilities that were necessary for that. And so I have yet to go review all those documents and get them packaged up to submit to the state, but that checklist has been made. So then I'll hand it back to you, Aaliyah, about some of the things that, before you handed it over to me, you had a few more things you wanted to address.
Sure. Thanks, Rebecca. And so initially, we were pushing, when I had more of my policy oversight committee hat on, we were pushing to have that group meet and review the plan and get it back to Rebecca actually by January 15th. So we were really, really pushing quickly. It would have been a heavy lift, but I would have made it happen for her. Thankfully, we're not going to do that. We're going to take a little bit of a breath and allow our EDI coordinator to come on board and complete this work. Because I knew that this component of the CDBG was coming and all of these conversations were happening in parallel to the recruitment process that I was running, I've mentioned this component as a high priority in the first 90 days of whoever was going to be hired for this role. So in addition to that, I think I'll just end with the Equity Committee has had language access either process or policy on its radar for a handful of years now. And so in addition to mentioning the CDBG work to the EDI candidates, I also talked extensively about the Equity Committee work and how language access has been one of our priorities. So I believe that spearheading the LIPLAC will allow this individual to actually get kind of a running start on addressing some of the outstanding work from our Equity Committee. So I think it really dovetails well. And since the state, in hearing back from the state guidelines that it was okay for us to take this little bit of breath, I think that we all feel that the LIPLAC is going to end up being a better document for it.
Thank you, Aaliyah. So, yeah, I like that you touched on that the limited English proficiency plan touches on some parallel efforts from the county side. The 504 checklist similarly addresses some of the broader accessibility, efforts on the county side to our community. Both of those tasks are not something that will need to be completed every time we go out for a CDBG grant funding. I'm just wanting to make sure that that's clarified, that some of these tasks that have required a lot of staff time for this initial application were due to a long hiatus of the county not pursuing CDBG funding. In addition is just tracking down the different documents that we had in a folder somewhere that was titled CDBG back from 2012. So, but the city assisted quite significantly. Just to give some perspective as far as the staff time, while I was at the EOC, I was assisting Kent Weiss on preparing the application. I reached out to him recently. He described that, again, describing the fact that we had not attempted to pursue a CDBG funding before, and he was getting his experience too up for a jurisdiction that was non-entitled, which that has some nuances as far as CDBG, because the city is entitled. That he estimated for about 3 months, it was about 0.25 that he was spending preparing our application. I would say I was more incidentally involved, making sure that that public meetings were scheduled and that public notices were submitted. So As far as staffing burden, I would say we're probably looking at, 0.5 for a month to 2 months worth of time to prepare an application. Again, like Mary mentioned, though, is that there's ongoing maintenance and management of those eligibility requirements and auditing, which I have yet to even fully understand, so I won't speak to those because really I'm just pushing these initial things to get documents that other people are compiling for me to the state.
All right. Any further questions or discussions on this topic? I think, well, if Annabelle would weigh in, but I think you have the sense from the board to proceed, and I would echo Zan's comment about the county has been leaving money on the table, and somehow in our rearranging the staff that we need to be more involved. We have a lot of needs, and this grant process could really help with that. Annabelle, are you in?
Yeah, I'm on. It's been several years. I think one of the last ones we had was the South Third water issues and South Third water and sewer issues, and I don't know what we've had since then. I can't quite remember, but it is a lengthy process.
Well, and it's been pointed out that once you get involved and get in a regular routine, the process gets somewhat simplified. So I think that's...
You would think so, but that doesn't necessarily hold for each type of potential grant. But anyway, I think a lot of it, where we kind of moved away from it, was the amount of staffing time. At that time, we didn't have enough staff to monitor these things.
I think that there are two things when it comes to the amount of staff. One is these are threshold conditions to get the money, and those we don't have to do over and over and over again. They do have to be updated periodically. The reporting is also another element, and that we haven't had the capacity to do that well. But one of the things that I see is that most of the CDBG money inherently requires that there be cross-departmental collaboration. And in the past, especially prior to rehiring a county administrator, we didn't do that very well. And so I'm thinking that some of the CDBG money is very appropriate for the kinds of cross-departmental initiatives, organization-wide initiatives that really fit well with our 2040 vision. So, I want to have as many of the, tools in our toolkit as possible to address those kinds of community-level needs that we can, with the understanding that if the grant is only $50,000, it's going to take far more effort to get it than it's worth. So there's always going to be some sort of criteria that we will have to employ in order to determine which ones of these pots of money are really worth going after. But I'd like to be ready to be able to do it when we need to.
Everything is right on. I remember the South Third one. That was several $1 million, if I recall, and so that we're able to get staff up to do that. But I think you're right. If there's small grants, it's a little bit more difficult to manage that.
Great.
I just wanted to summarize what I'm taking from this and put it back to you and see if that's what you understand as well from this conversation, that we will continue with the items needed to get this initial CDBG finalized. So the left lap completion will rely heavily on the incoming equity, diversity, inclusion coordinator, so that process will take a little longer. But we still think that's going to be timely enough for coordination through economic development to get those funds out to the micro enterprises and small businesses that need them, and that for further CDBG opportunities, it's unless there is an immediate need and an avenue to get there, it sounds like we will be waiting on the restructuring of the financial services and the grant administration capacity within that organization before that. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. Unless if there is an immediate need and opportunity identified, staff and county administration will need to find a way to staff that up.
Mm-hmm. I would concur with that interpretation. I do think that, and this is something that, from my own nonprofit background that I'm always very aware of, the grants administration side from the financial aspect, the paperwork aspect, just to keep track of all the checklists and the reporting is one thing. You always have to have content experts. And so we're always going to need to have collaboration, and one person in finance is not going to be able to do this work. They're essential to doing it, but it's not their role alone. And so I think that this is just a topic that deserves a little bit more thought, and I'm looking forward to talking about it in the context of the 2040 vision and some of those organization-wide goals. So we can do that as we start the new year.
Greg, I think you did a nice summary. And earlier in the conversation, I was really glad to hear about the cooperation with the city of Corvallis and those folks sharing their expertise, that they've been doing this on a regular basis and kind of helped us get started. And that's good news. So. I
would like to point out that I found it a little amusing that the money for the Alsea and Monroe libraries came in 1905. I know that's a typo, but I know it wasn't that long ago.
It actually did say 205, and I rearranged them and it reset them to, I don't know, Y2K or something, and away it went. I would also like to take this moment to tell Rebecca thank you, because without your efforts we wouldn't be here today, and you've done a wonderful job of putting and all the red tape and all the rules that you've had to read and interpret and to work with as many people as you had to work with. It's very much appreciated. So thank you.
You're here.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. It has been a good learning opportunity for me, and it was a great project to be involved in at the EOC, and especially got me acquainted with Kay Porsche, which is amazing because, yeah, great partner to work with. So I just wanted to kind of take a step back again and follow up kind of like what Greg was saying is there is a longer term discussion about the grant administration for the county, and right now we're more in this sort of interim CDBG discussion. I'm having a hard time making those distinctions between the two topics. But today I think I'm speaking on behalf of Kate, so Kate, please interrupt me at any moment. But one of the discussions we've had for a while is an idea, is there some kind of interim infrastructure that can be implemented, whether it be a collaboration with the city and county to add that staffing time that's necessary to go after some of these more immediate CDBG opportunities? I don't know if we've really touched on that yet today, so I just wanted to make sure that did get discussed, if that is an option.
So Rebecca, I'd just like to address that. I think as we move forward over the next 3 to 6 months, if there are other opportunities that arise, those opportunities need to be discussed between myself and the department head and Mary and our new CFO. We do have capacity through the use of contractors to help us. And so I would say that I don't believe we need to build a interim infrastructure of a committee to manage any potential grants that are forthcoming. I really think it's the department head's responsibility, coordinating with myself and Mary to figure out who's going to do what on any particular opportunity that comes forward. So that's the way I would recommend that we move forward. And frankly, it will be 3 to 6 months before we have been able to sort out the implementation and as it relates to our financial restructuring. And while there's not a silver bullet there, I believe that there are economies of scale to be achieved through that restructuring. And so Mary and I will be working closely with the new CFO. And but I guess I'm not a supporter of setting up an interim committee, if you will. I think the dialogue needs to happen between the department head, myself, and our CFO.
Thanks for clarifying that, Joe, because that was kind of hanging out there, big picture in the future, but we've got to get from where we are now to a different structure, and that is not going to happen quickly, and need to take advantage of opportunities whenever they show up. So thank you for that clarification. All right.
One more thing, I think that's been part of the issue too, is we've never been in a position to have an administrator that can oversee all this stuff, because we was usually just by department in the past, and so it does make a lot of sense. But Joe, I really appreciate your comments about that.
Any last chance here on this topic?
I just wanted to touch bases with Kate. Did you get the clarification for your staff as far as next steps today?
Yeah, I think based on the really nice summary that Greg did, I think we're clear, and I think it's just going to be a matter of kind of teeing up the applications and working on those concurrently with the LEP and LAP work that will occur. And we've set up, just so you all know, we've set up meetings with Rebecca and Mary and others just to talk CDBG on a regular basis, just to check in and make sure that we're aligning our efforts. So yeah, I feel really good about it. Thank you.
Great, and I appreciate the developing partnerships where the expertise is needed, and that's encouraging. So, especially thank you, Rebecca. But it takes a team on some of these large projects, especially when we haven't been involved in the better part of a decade. So, thank you all.
Commissioner Malone, I would just like to check in with the board. We still have a number of items on the agenda, keeping in mind that we added 3 at the end of the agenda. I would ask that the board indulge us. We have a host of staff members lined up on these topics, and I would prefer that we don't take a break for lunch if we could just continue to power through this. Otherwise, it will disrupt a host of schedules this afternoon for our staff members. So if everybody can deal with not eating for a while or sneak away and get a snack in the kitchen, that's great. But I would ask that we please continue.
That was my plan, Joe, but we're clarifying that, and we will get through the rest of the agenda as quickly as we can. But here, so next up is item 5, the consent calendar. And if we're ready, I would introduce.
I would move the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Consent calendar is taken care of. Next up, item 6.1, department reports. 6.1 is discussion and decision adopting the 2021 revised dental fee schedule for the community health centers of Benton and Lynn County. Tom King, take it away.
Fellow commissioners, I'm back again to discuss the dental fee structure and some changes we would like to make with that. I have Molly Perino. I've asked her to join to talk through this. She's much more familiar with the dental fee structure, can answer those questions in much better detail than I can. I think that Molly has a presentation in the packet that you have related to the dental pricing update. So with that, I'll hand it over to Molly to talk through what we would like to put in place going forward.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. The two things that we're proposing really go hand in hand. I included the PowerPoint presentation that we presented to the CHC board, and we've already got their approval to change the fee structure a little bit. And it does two things. The first one is our fee schedule. And what that is, it's an average of area, local, and reimbursement fees that we come up with, and then we add 5% to get those numbers of what our fee schedule is. That's not what the patient pays, but those are the fees that we established. So we've gone through and we've looked real hard at our payer mix, and we're real heavy with self-pay patients. So most of our patient panel are those paying out of pocket. And what we have set up now is to pay by appointment, and it's a rate per appointment. And we realized that model is not going to sustain us. We need to make some changes. So what we've done is we've gone through the entire fee schedule, and we've actually increased some and we've decreased some of the fee schedule fees. Again, that's not what the patient pays, but those are the fee schedules. So in the packet, there's a big old Excel spreadsheet that may or may not make a lick of sense to any of you, but there's big descriptions of what we do and what we would like the current fee to be 2021. So you'll see some of them increase a little bit. However, the second part of our proposition is that we change the way that patients pay us for the services that they're receiving. So instead of we're going to go from the flat rate to a percentage of the procedure that they're having performed. That's a more traditional model. That's when you go to the dentist down the street. That's going to be their approach. Is you pay per procedure, and it's a percentage of the fee for that procedure. So the reason that we increased and decreased some of the fees is we tried to level it out so that when people come in and if they're at the maximum discount and they've been paying $40 for their cleaning appointment for the past 5 years, that they're not going to see this ginormous increase in their out-of-pocket expense. It's going to be incremental, and it's absolutely time to implement that. That $40 was inherited to me, and it's not going to sustain us. So we need to come up with a better approach, but we don't want to make it so that it's unaffordable and not something that patients can do. So in front of you is we broke it out. So we'll have our current fee, and then if people qualify for the maximum discount, they're basically going to pay half of what our fee schedule is. And then we're also going to still extend that prompt pay discount, so they have opportunity if they're able to pay in full for that time of service, that they're going to get an additional $10 off that appointment. So, for example, if somebody needs an extraction, just a run-of-the-mill simple extraction, that's going to change from a $40 encounter to a $65 encounter if they're paying in the same manner in which they have. So out-of-pocket expense for patients is going to go up a little bit, but we've done a lot of work to make sure that it's not huge. We're not talking hundreds of dollars, but we are talking some dollars. So it'll keep us more sustainable. We just looked at overhead and what we're spending and how we're scheduling, and this feels like the next responsible step to take. Do you have any questions about it?
I have one question, Molly. Just looking at the table and the 100% federal poverty level, 75, 50, 25%, zero. I think I'm reading it backwards because that 0% backwards. Okay,
You have to interpret it
money?
this way.
Okay.
So if you are at 100%, that is, you are getting the maximum discount. So you'll be paying out of pocket the least amount of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
0, that means you're over the income table, that you don't technically qualify for a discount, but there's still some room for us to make an affordable service available if you pay in full the time of service.
Got it. Thank you.
My question is, how long has it been since you've done a significant change in the fee schedule?
We evaluate it every year, and I come up with an average from a Lynn County dentist, a Benton County dentist, OHP reimbursement, and a commercial scheduled reimbursement. So those are evaluated every year, and they fluctuate by maybe 1% or 2% to come up with the average for the current fee schedule. So it's looked at annually, and we are obligated to remain competitive with area dentists. So the fees that I'm proposing put us on kind of the low end of area average, but we're still within the scope of the area average, so we're not giving it away.
But this is a philosophical change in approach more than the fee adjustment. So that it's, although we look at the CHC rates every year, this is a bigger change than we've made in quite a while.
Okay, do we have any other questions for Molly or Tom? If not, I think we're ready to make a motion here to approve.
I would move to adopt the revised 2021 dental health fee schedule for the community health centers of Benton and Lynn counties starting effective January 1st of 2021. Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Well, thank you.
Thank you all. All right. Have a good rest of your week, Molly. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. All right. 6.2, discussion and decision adopting the name of the fairgrounds and natural areas and the Parks Department. And I think we have Lori Starhar with us, and tell us where we're at on the name of the new combined departments.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So on December 1st, Lynn McKee and myself came before you regarding the merger of Natural Areas and Parks Department with the Fairgrounds. You approved that merger of those two departments, but the outstanding item was what to name this new department. So we had presented kind of a list of names. We weren't set on one particular name, and we wanted to receive some input from the commissioners. It was recommended to go back to our park board and present the names and see if they had any recommendations of the names that we had presented to the commissioners on December 1st, or in the case of the attachment, you've received a follow-up. They actually came up with 2 additional names that they liked better. So I'm here today to present the names and have a discussion on what the commissioners would like to call the department. If you would like, I can read through those names. The list that was presented before you on December 1st was Natural Areas Recreation and Events Department, Conservation, Outdoor Recreation and Events Department, Outdoor Conservation and Recreation and Events Department, Outdoor Resources and Recreation and Events Department, Recreation, Events and Conservation Department, Outdoor Recreation and Events Department. And going before the Park Board,
they felt these names didn't really capture the essence of the new department, and or that they were extremely long and a mouthful, if anyone was to say the name. So there was much discussion, and they actually came up with two names that they want the commissioners to consider. One of them was the Natural Areas, Parks, and Events Department. The other one was Parks, Events, and Natural Areas Department, or PINA for short. We did look up the word PINA, and somebody thought it was a pine tree, but it actually is rock in Spanish. So the challenge with the Parks, Events, and Natural Areas Department is events is actually in the middle of those two and might get a little lost. So one of the Fair Board members was a little concerned about having events kind of in between parks and natural areas.
Lori,
I do want to...
Lori, could you read those names again, the two that are being recommended by the boards?
Yes. The two that the Park Board recommended was Natural Areas, Parks, and Events Department. And the second one was Parks, Events, and Natural Areas Department.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I would share with you in my conversations with Lynn McKee, you know, it's very, very difficult to capture all the wonderful work that has occurred in both departments in one easy name. And whatever name is decided by the Board of Commissioners, her emphasis once the merger occurs is to really promote the two different departments as one, but the essence and the mission of those departments will be promoted on an updated website for the department. She currently is really focusing on the Event Center and Fairgrounds website, and she's pretty excited about doing the same for our department. So I think, you know, it's landing on a name, it's not an easy one, especially, you know, making sure that we're capturing and we're not losing the department with the merger, or either department actually in that merger. So I think Lynn and I are in agreement, whatever the board would like to call the department, and I think we're pleased with whatever decision. And you might have already thought of another name.
I like the Natural Areas, Parks, and Events. I think that works pretty well. I mean, for your current department, it's not a huge change. And it's really, if the Fair Board's comfortable with that, I think that is a logical direction to go.
Commissioner Jaramillo? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mill?
No, let me go ahead, Isabel.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I'm not really crazy about acronyms, and NAPE doesn't sound like a really good acronym, but I always use the entire title. So, Natural Areas, Parks, and Events would be fine.
I think it's unanimous, Lori. I think that flows better than sticking events in the middle.
Right, I do too.
So, let's see, I think we need if there's no more discussion, I would entertain a motion on the naming.
I move to adopt the Natural Area, Parks, and Events as the new name for the newly merged departments of Benton County, Natural Areas and Parks Department and Fairgrounds Department, effective February 1st, 2021.
Second.
All in favor of the name, say aye.
Aye.
See, Lori, that wasn't so hard.
The commissioners always make it easy. Thank you so much. I know that both the boards will be pleased with the decision, and Vance was kind enough to have Teresa draft up a second resolution, which I'm sure you'll be seeing across your desk for your signature pretty soon. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you for your efforts. I think it was a good process, and we come out with a name that we can go forward with. So, thank you much.
All right. Thank you. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Pat, I just want to check with Erica. Erica, you were able to get the name fully for the motion?
Yes, sir.
And Teresa, that name needs to be inserted into the resolution. I noticed there was a blank space for the name to go in, so that needs to go in.
Yep, got it going. Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you.
The ghost of Vance Crony is still with us.
As long as you're here, Pat, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. Is that a threat, Vance?
Yeah.
All right. So now we're on to the added items. Our agenda 6.3. Discuss the recruitment for the office of the sheriff, and I think the timetable that we're working with. And I've got Tracy Martineau listed. Are you leading this discussion, Tracy?
Sure. Beth Wilkie and I can facilitate this conversation kind of in tandem.
Okay.
So we have a couple of items to wrap up. I think we have some information to check in on that came up since the last time that we met. And then I have a couple of questions, and I'm sure Eric has a couple of questions for further refinement going forward. So just to recap, the last week when we met, the board agreed to a couple of action items. One being to put forward names for citizen members of the interview panel. And I believe Eric has reached out to all three of you. And Eric, you've received input back from...
Let me unmute myself. From Commissioner Osorro and Commissioner Malone. And I still need feedback from Commissioner Jaramillo.
Okay. And we did say that we would give them till Friday to provide us with that feedback. The other action item was I sent the commissioners the 2013 brochure that was used for the interim sheriff recruitment and asked for input on desired qualifications. Let's see, I've received input from Van. So Pat and Annabelle, if you would please take a look at those qualifications and respond with your input, that would be great. And just as an update, I've been working with Vance on, I would say, some clarification and reconciliation of the minimum requirements of DPSST for their letter of eligibility, as well as the county charter minimum qualifications for the interim or elected sheriff. So I think we have that reconciliation completed. Vance, do you have any concerns or any thoughts you wanted to share with the board on that topic?
I don't have any. I don't have any concerns. I just want to point out, as Tracy and I were shooting emails back and forth there, DPSST has a certification process which, of course, our charter requires. And as part of the certification process, there are some nuances that create a little bit different requirements than our charter. And just know that any candidate for the position must be certified by DPSST, which means those certification requirements, which may be a little different from our charter, will have to be met. So I'm not going to go into the detail. I don't know that it's terribly interesting. Just know that there is a slight divergence, but it only comes into play when it comes to DPSST's letter of certification.
I was recalling that too, and that I think that you're right. The certification process really has to lead the.
Yeah, and I think it's very important, obviously, because without the DPSST certification, a candidate, A, doesn't meet our qualification to be sheriff, and B, can't technically be considered a law enforcement official. So it's pretty important.
Well, I think we had that with, actually I went through two of them. That was when Swinard was appointed, and then that was when Scott was appointed.
Yeah, and as I recall from Jim, it was a little bit dicier with him because he came from emergency services and did not have that certification initially. And I know he had to take time to go through all the training and the coursework to obtain that certification.
Right.
So to further clarify now, on a couple of those points, Vance, we confirmed this morning that those requirements must be met at time of appointment, not at time of application, correct?
Correct. Yeah, obviously it's always a little different when you're doing the appointment than it is an election, because our charter really talks about time of election. The state statutes talk about timelines in relationship to filing with the clerk. But for appointment, we have a little bit of discretion, and last time around, we determined that these qualifications need to be in place at the time of appointment. It just gives you, the board, a little bit more flexibility, and candidly, a little bit more flexibility as well.
So I am going to go back a little bit to the recommendations on the citizen members of the panel. I believe some information was shared with you earlier that the sheriff's office staff and personnel have an interest in weighing in on the citizen members of that interview panel. Eric and I have a couple of thoughts on how we might go about incorporating their interests if you if you wish to approve involving them in that respect. So I would look to all three of you commissioners to give us direction on one, if you would like to include the sheriff's office personnel interests in the citizen members, and then two, give us direction to go forward and with a process on how to incorporate that.
I'm fine with the sheriff's office providing input on who the community members are that we appoint to that interview panel. But I would like to retain the final word on who is on that panel. I don't think that there's going to be a huge divergence of opinion, frankly, but I would like to. I think it's important to include them in reviewing the list. And I personally much prefer the term community member than citizen member. It goes back to the fact that not everyone that lives in Benton County is a citizen. We have a lot of international students here. We also do have undocumented people here, and I just have a hard time with the use of the word citizen in this regard when it comes to any of our community members participating in our processes.
Thank you for your correction, Commissioner.
I'm of the same opinion.
But we're working on the timetable of getting this completed by the end of the week. Is that correct?
Correct.
I gave it until Friday, the 18th, but the sooner we can do it, the better. Because the interviews are on January 14th, so we want to make sure we give enough time to the community members to get that on their calendars. So the sooner the better. And my thought is, and this is feedback from the commissioners, do you want me to send the same list of contacts of community members that I sent the three of you? And I think there were eight community members on that list.
I think that's fine for me.
Well, that sounds good.
Okay. And then they will have some folks that are probably not on this list. So I'll make sure I round back with you. I'll get this sent out to the sheriff's office today, and we'll round back with the three commissioners, and so you can have final approval on the community members that will participate. And again, we didn't want this panel to be too large, so we were kind of thinking there's three commissioners, and we balance that with three community members. And that just sounds like that's how we've done that with the budget committees. There's an equal number of commissioners and community members. And then, of course, ultimate hiring decision will be with the three commissioners.
And we did talk briefly, Eric, about having 4 community members, just because it's difficult to balance out the different interests in the community with only 3 people in the community. So I think that I would like to reserve the right to think about having 4 community members, but it'll depend on whether the sheriff's office throws more people into the mix, or what it's going to take to balance this out. Right.
Eric, Eric, Joe Kirby, I have a clarification. When you say you're working with the sheriff's department personnel and or staff, who is your point of contact, and who are you seeking input from?
I would just do that with the sheriff, because there's potential. The other two, Don and Greg, there's potential that they could be candidates for this interim position. So I don't want to. Oh yeah, who should we put on the panel? So
that's why I just want to make sure we all knew and understood who you were seeking input from. Tracy does have a comment, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Eric captured my basic principle in that we would want to have input as representatives of the office, and so we'd like to have a conversation with the sheriff about how we might go about bringing that interest forward. Okay. So anything else on the community member involvement? Okay.
It might be instructive to go over the larger timetable of the Sheriff Jackson has given notice that he's retiring as of February 1st, 2021. So we have a fairly tight timetable, but with the option of the board going beyond February 1st, and that the undersheriff would be in charge till we were able to get the nominated sheriff into position. So I assume that's still the timetable.
So thank you, Commissioner Malone. So just to remind the timetable that we agreed to last week was to try to complete the brochure by this Friday, so that we could post it on Monday. And then given the timing of the interviews, we can actually have the posting closed on January the 10th, which gives us a nice period of time, especially given that we're doing some of the holidays, for us to be able to do some outreach. Just as a reminder, I sent appointments out to you, commissioners, for a paper screen on Monday, the 11th, and for interviews on Thursday, the 14th. And also would like Joe Kirby to join us for the paper screen on Monday. And I believe that's with the commission chair. I'm going to double check that. And that would be similar to what we did last time.
Is that 4 o'clock on the 11th?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
It's actually with all commissioners and with Vance, and with your permission, I'd like to include Joe also.
I would enthusiastically want to include Joe. All right. Anything else on this topic?
So I have a couple of questions for you, and I think Vance may also want to weigh in on this. So for the interviews on the 14th, is that a public meeting for all of the interviews?
Cool. So that's, if we have all 3 commissioners at a meeting, that is almost certainly a public meeting. And I don't know that that's a direction you want to go with interviews. I know in the past you have interviewed candidates individually and then come back to an exec session to discuss the candidates and then come out of exec session to make a decision. The fundamental aspect of a public meeting you need to be critically aware of, you can't make decisions either outside of a public meeting or inside an exec session. So all 3 of you together interviewing, I think is almost certainly going to lead to a decision, which would mean a published public meeting.
I recognize that this is different because it's our appointment rather than Joe's appointment, but the last several department head candidates, we have interviewed them as the Board of Commissioners, and that has not been a problem. Maybe it should have been, I don't know, but those were not decision-based meetings. So I think that if we were to serve as the interview panel with citizen members there as well, community members, excuse me, I think that we just don't make a decision at that time. And we have a notice public meeting for decision. You're county council, so your word keeps us safe.
Well, I guess just because there are citizen members sitting at the table involved in the interview does not make a public hearing less of a public meeting.
Yeah.
The real question is whether the 3 of you, and I would include Nancy in this, can guarantee or absolutely ensure that you will not be making a decision. And here's the problem with that, Zan. Let's just say for the sake of discussion you interview 5 and that group that interviews decides they want to narrow it down to 2. That's a decision. So, I think, yes, it is possible not to notice it as a public meeting. I believe, however, just given the nature of the interviews and how it's going to go, there will be decisions made. And I just knowing how, the 3 of you, the 2 of you operate, I don't mean that negatively. It's just hard not to make a decision in that kind of a forum.
So, Dan, would it be possible to facilitate those interviews as the community members providing the board with input for their decision at a later date, and we can facilitate that for the members to specifically address the strengths and deltas of each candidate?
we can set that up such that the board simply receives information, absolutely. But again, the caution is for the 3 electeds to avoid any kind of a decision-making exercise within the context of receiving that information. So
if we were to play that out then, and we facilitated in that way, and then do they notice their deliberation at a later date, or how would that work?
So if the board is confident that they can refrain from making decisions, and I have faith, I think you guys can do that, then this panel interview would be informational only. The board, I would recommend, would then convene at some future point in an executive decision, in an executive session, to discuss the candidates. When the board is ready to make its decision on whom to offer the appointment to, it would need to do so in a public meeting, not an executive session.
Can't hear you, Ben.
Everybody else hear me?
You're cutting out.
Cutting in and out.
Well, let me just move my microphone. Can you guys hear me better now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. Well, I moved this remote mic a little closer. So the bottom line is your panel can be informational only, not be noticed as a public meeting. Any discussion of preferences and your ideas on who the ideal candidate should be and who should be selected can take place in executive session. Of course, that must be noticed. But the decision on whom to select for the appointment must be made in a public meeting. So unfortunately, because it's the Board of Commissioners heavily involved in the interviewing, the selection process, it gets a little bit clunky, but I think you can manage it. You just have to be very mindful in that panel interview not to make decisions. And then during the executive session, when you're considering the candidates, you cannot make a decision. And then I can be there for that exec session to step in and keep you from doing that.
Commissioners, I would like to interject that I think things are really changing, especially with COVID and how interviews are being conducted. And I've seen many interviews such as this really being conducted during an open public meeting over virtual meetings like this. So I would like to explore the board's interest in having it considered to be an open public meeting in terms of the interview. To Tracy's point, if you did that, then you could gain input potentially from community members if you so desired from between that date and the date that you came back together to deliberate. So anyway, just food for thought. I know that makes candidates at times feel uncomfortable, but I do think that there are some benefits to it.
I like that idea, Joe. I think that in this case, that would probably be an appropriate process. It doesn't preclude us still from coming back into an executive session to have a frank discussion and then make an appointment in open session.
No, and honestly, I think it is far more appropriate for you to have honest dialogue regarding the candidates within an executive session. I just think that encourages you all to be honest with one another, and let's be honest, it also protects the integrity of some of this candidate's shortcomings and weaknesses that may not be best suited for the public arena.
Dan, I recall that in the past, Bennett Hall has been sat through executive sessions. And how do we handle that?
So just as a reminder, the press has a statutory right to sit in on executive sessions. However, it may not report on what it hears during executive session.
Right. Just want to make sure that was on the table, that we understood that. No.
Yep, yep.
And so I want to make sure I got this right. So the interview itself will be noticed and in a public meeting. The feedback from the panel will be executive session, Vance?
I think you can probably conduct the feedback from the panel to the board following, at the same time you have that public meeting to interview. You could.
Would that be an executive session?
You could roll into executive session. You could do it in the public forum. Either way the board wishes to go. I guess that's a good question, Tracy, because as I think about it, and we're talking about encouraging the citizen members to provide honest feedback, they may feel more comfortable doing so within an executive session context. So the way you set it up procedurally is you notice the public meeting during which the interviews will be conducted. You also notice that an executive session is scheduled at that same time, so that immediately following the interviews, the panel and the board can roll into exec session to have their candid conversations. And that's also an efficient use of time for those citizen members.
I like that.
Is there some point where you said the press can go to the executive session, but they can't report it? Is there some point where they can report it?
Nope.
No?
Nope, not unless one of the board members goes outside of the exec session and discusses what was said during exec session. That will break the cloak of confidentiality.
Got it.
That's why we send them all to the dentist immediately after exec session, so that they can't talk.
So Vance, again, just to kind of get in the weeds a little bit here, but I want to make sure that we got this right. So we'll notice the public meeting. We'll notice there's going to be an executive session following the public meeting. The board will receive feedback from the panel in that executive session. The decision will be made, could be made in that executive session.
No.
Oh, the deliberation could be made in that executive session, but then they'd have to reconvene in a public meeting to make the decision.
Yes, and just...
So is there flexibility there that there might be a decision following executive session?
Absolutely. So the way the board has done it in the past is they've gone into exec session, they've recessed the public meeting, gone into exec session, then come out of exec session, back into that public meeting and made their decision. So the board could make its decision at that same originally scheduled public meeting, just following the exec session, or it could choose to sleep on it and come back at some other regularly scheduled board meeting to make its decision. And I know, just dying to get that hand up, aren't you, Zan?
You know me too well. I think there are pros and cons there. I think that we could recess and come back and make a formal decision. But to me, that would require a pretty clear consensus in that exec session of strengths and weaknesses. I also hear what Joe is saying about being able to get a broader community input if we don't make a formal decision at the end of that session, but rather schedule it for the next regularly scheduled Tuesday board meeting, and be able to come back and make that decision at that time, and possibly have other community input from viewers that watched the proceedings on the previous Thursday.
Yeah, and that's a good point. One thing to remember is you don't have to lock yourselves into the date that you want to make the decision. The most important components are scheduling your public meeting for the interviews and going into exec session afterwards to take the feedback. At that point, if there is a consensus and everybody's ready to make the decision, you come out after exec session and make the decision. If not, you can roll to whatever meeting you decide to make that decision.
I like having that flexibility, because at this point, we have no idea the number of candidates or the qualifications, and it may be obvious on January 14th, or I think just as likely we would want some more time, do some checking and get feedback. So I think we've got the plan here. What do you think, Tracy?
Okay, I'm just looking for thumbs up from all three commissioners for the public comment, and then we can set up the means to make sure that happens. Okay. All right, we have a plan. In 2013, when we did this same process, the board required a background check, a full law enforcement background check for the final candidate. So checking to see if that is something you would like to do this time around also.
DPSST requires a background check anyway, so if they're certified with DPSST, unless they've committed some heinous crime since they were certified, it would be picked up.
I would just say there are other records that are checked in a full background check. And last time around, we did come to additional information.
Yeah, Tracy makes a good point. DPSST really searches for convictions. Somebody could have been arrested 17 times but never actually convicted, and that would not show up on the DPSST background check.
That reminds me. Go ahead. I said it reminds me of Jack Dolan.
Now you're dating yourself, Annabelle.
That one, when the information came out about his extra, whatever it was, affairs.
What do they call those? Picadillos?
Picadillos, yeah.
I think it's probably worth doing the extra background check. If someone also, yeah.
A benefit there also is that if the finalist is an external candidate, this would also delve into employment type references. Okay, so commissioners, just looking for consensus on the background check. All righty, thank you.
Anything else on this topic?
I don't have anything. Eric?
Nope. I got all the information I need. Thank you.
All right, we will go to 6.4, CARES Act funding update. Mary Otley.
Good afternoon. I sent you a spreadsheet just recently that shows where we are, to the best of my knowledge, today. Numbers are changing all the time, but getting closer to what I think we might have available or not. We still have some estimates. I've tried to get chance. We're 2 months behind in the chance housing invoices, and we haven't received them. And I asked him yesterday or Friday, one of the 2 days, to give us at least a number. He doesn't have to finish the invoices, but the number would be really nice. So those numbers are still up in the air. We did share costs with the health department, and they're going to take $68,000 of our previously requested personnel costs and apply it against their grant. So we'll do an add back of $68,000, which is shown there as a negative 68. So that's moving it over to the health department for them to use. That said, right now it looks like we have about 65,000. Best guess, still unclaimed.
It's getting very close. Do you and Joe have recommendations about what other demands that you have received, requests you have received?
Well, we have the standard requests from the economic development folks that anything we have left, but they need to know that by Friday. And then we have the request from Lynn County to partner with them on the escrow payment on a turnkey project. And I talked to Rachel Medic-Hughes yesterday about that, and I said, are you sure that escrow funds can be used as, CARES funds can be used as escrows? And she said yes, but she was going to follow up with the Albany Helping Hands group to make sure. And then I said, how much money are you talking? And I didn't get which building they were talking, but she told me it was $3.5 million is the purchase price of the motel that they're looking at buying.
Mary, if you could back up for a moment and just give the other two board members context regarding Lynn County's request. I don't believe that they are aware of it firsthand.
Okay, we received a request from Will Tucker asking if the county could possibly provide some funding, some of our CARES funding as a down payment or an escrow or payment into escrow on a potential turnkey project, which would be a purchase of a motel in Lynn County. And they asked, I think their initial ask was $50,000, and they're doing the same thing that we did, where we've identified the building. Rachel Medic-Hughes wrote the grant in the request, and so I was asked to reach out to her to see what exactly was happening, because Lynn County didn't have a lot of the details as it was being, the request was being presented on behalf of Albany Helping Hands, so they would actually take ownership of the property if they get the funding. So I did reach out to Rachel and asked her what their need was, and it's really escrow funds is about all we can do. If we want to contribute any, it would go into escrow. And I don't know, I was hoping she'd call me back. I don't know if the sale doesn't go through, do we get our escrow money back? I guess it depends on the reason for it not going through. I don't know how they're going to write that. Is it going to be contingent upon funding, and in which case we get the money back? So, Commissioner Ochoa?
I can tell you that the turnkey proposal here was written that way, that the escrow, it was contingent, the offer was contingent upon grant approval of the turnkey project grant. And the Lynn County proposal is in phase 2. They've passed phase 1, so they are in the due diligence phase, and Oregon Community Foundation will be working, and a team of folks will be working closely with Lynn County to make sure that they have all the right paperwork and everything in place. And this is just one element that they need to have in place for that phase 2. And the whole model for turnkey was developed in California using CARES Act funds. So I know that in that sense, it's definitely an eligible expense. But so it's a question. And to set this up a little bit further, Commissioner Tucker has been, most of the hotel, motel lodging that we have used for fragile folks during COVID has been in Lynn County, and they have been supporting our needs for that type of shelter throughout the last 9 months of this COVID experience. And the other reason I looked favorably on potentially contributing some funds was because population of folks that's unhoused flows freely back and forth between Albany and Corvallis. It's not like there's a very clear dividing line between our unhoused people and their unhoused people. And the ebb and flow depends on the relative police policies on one side of the river or the other, on other services that are available, you name it. So I'm all in favor of them doing as much as they can to support the folks that are unhoused on that side of the river. So I tried to push too to get a better answer in terms of the magnitude of the need, and I know that the city of Albany was considering contributing it as well. I would be happy to contribute something, short of all we have left. Whether it's $25,000, $30,000, to that effort, if it will really make a difference and leverage other funds to make that turnkey proposal viable.
Commissioners, also just to interject, Mary and I have talked to our executive committee last week, and we did evaluate a number of different options, and we were looking for Mary to refine her figures even more to see how much we thought we had left. And I would say one of the ideas was, based on this morning's earlier conversation, if we decided to do anything different with testing, that was a possibility for spending some of the funds on additional testing supplies and or equipment. So I don't think, based on our conversation earlier today, that that is necessary. Also, just to highlight on that spreadsheet that you're looking at that Mary provided, there is also another number on there, and I believe it's 65,000 that you'll note, which is reimbursing the county for the use of the FISERV building based on the amount of square footage used, as well as our uniform rental rate. That is really discretionary. The board, we do not have to request that reimbursement. We certainly have every right to do so, and it is a legitimate expense. However, the board chooses not to pursue that. That does leave additional money on the table for the board to use at your discretion. So I just wanted to point that out as well.
And also there's 50,000 in other costs. There's just kind of a number. It's a couple lines above the 65,000. There's a $55,000 line that doesn't really have a home.
It's the contingency.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like we do have some funds to play with there. Well, I've made my opinion known, and I'd be happy to also provide a little bit more to the economic development effort. We know that those funds that have been put out there are dramatically oversubscribed, but I would also strongly support the Lynn County turnkey proposal.
Suzanne, I'm glad you added the economic development item as a possibility for getting us to zero by the end of the year. Do we want to try to firm up the numbers and so is it correct the timeline is the economic development folks, Kate Portia needs to know by this Friday if we have any additional funds to contribute, and then this Lynn County Operation Turnkey can be done at a later date. Is that correct?
No, I think they want an answer fairly quickly as well.
Okay.
Now, everyone's in the same boat. People really need answers, and especially given the holidays coming up. And I think we should make some decisions today. But given what we have left and the fact that there is the kind of that 50 and 65,000 fudge factor, again, I'm comfortable with a contribution to the turnkey effort, maybe in that vicinity of 25, 30,000, and maybe another 50,000 to economic development.
Are you comfortable with those amounts, Mary?
I am. I think, I'd rather go over than go under, I guess, and we do have the reimbursements we already have, so we're not dipping in necessarily into the general fund.
Yeah, that recommendation on my part doesn't go over the 64,883 that we in theory have and the other costs number. It still leaves flexibility there, so.
It does.
So 25,000 to Operation Turnkey for Lynn County and 50,000 for increased economic development Cape Portia to work with? Are those the numbers we're proposing?
For me personally, if the turnkey escrow can't be met unless we contribute a little bit more, I'm willing to go a little bit higher. But I'd like to start out with offering them $25,000 and see where we go. That's my philosophy, because I do think that they've made requests of several different potential funders, and there's a lot pending there. So.
That sounds good to me. So those two items for a total of $75,000. Mary, do we need to make any other contingencies, or leave that up to you?
Well, then we'll have a couple weeks still as we watch the numbers. Like I said, the big unknown is the chance housing costs. We'll see how that comes in. But I'm not uncomfortable with those decisions at all.
Well, we want you to be comfortable, Mary.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Do we need a motion to proceed on this?
Mary's shaking her head no, but I would prefer that so we can point to a specific decision by the board.
All right.
Well, if I were to make a motion, this is what it would say. That I would propose that we contribute another $50,000 towards the economic development office's grant programs, and that we contribute up to $30,000 to the turnkey effort in Lynn County. And that leave that to your discretion, Mary, to work with them to determine the level of need. Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion
and Mary,
carried.
I do know that Jeff at Chance is the operator, the proposed operator for the turnkey project in Lynn County, so he's probably involved. I know. And has had some other issues going on that he's had to take care of. So, everyone's overextended, and he's definitely one of those.
He is. He and Sean are very busy right now. I got to hand it to them, but I think everyone's hounding them for numbers as well. So.
Yep.
I will do that. I will reach out. I don't know really who at Lynn County. Joe talked to the county administrator, and he didn't have a lot of details. I'll try to follow up with Rachel, and maybe she'll set me in the right direction as to how we go about getting this transaction done.
Mary, I will also let Darren Lane know what the board has decided, so I'll close the loop with him. But certainly Rachel Maddox-Hughes has more of the details, but if he needs to help facilitate anything, just let me know.
All right, and I will reach out. I'll let Kate know that there's another $50,000 available.
Great. All right. Next up, 6.5. Discuss the request to ask the Department of Education to create a supplemental ready-to-schools safe learners waiver that would allow students who are suffering from low and no conductivity or low and no engagement to receive in-person services that are unrestricted, no time or instruction model. So I think that's yours, Ann.
Yeah, and again, this initiative came up, it was prompted by Lincoln County's experience, because as a fire-affected county, they their schools received a waiver to provide instruction for anyone that was lost their home, their housing to the fire in person. And as they were talking amongst themselves, and through the Education Service District that serves Lynn, Lincoln, and Benton counties, they realized that we were looking at this, acute need of fire-affected kids that suddenly had no homes, no connectivity, but we were ignoring that chronic challenge of unhoused families that were in the same boat. So the initial proposal was to speak about kids that are unhoused and to create a parallel waiver through the Oregon Department of Education. But because of various equity issues, it seemed much more appropriate to actually, and because of the McKinney-Vento federal law, to not call out kids that were homeless per se, but that had low connectivity and low to no engagement with education system right now, and provide an opportunity for in-person instruction for that entire pool of kids as identified by the schools themselves. The schools are supportive of this initiative, as is the Education Service District and a variety of other entities. But Joe did check in with our health department staff, and any in-person operations like this would be reviewed by our health department staff, and it would be contingent upon operating under the guidance of the state. So right now, all we're looking for is just the Board of Commissioners' support for this letter.
Okay, the letter already exists.
The letter exists. It was emailed to all of us by Joe today, and it should be in your email. Sorry if I didn't state that in the beginning.
Okay.
And the core statement in this is that we would like to ask the Department of Education to create a supplemental to Ready Schools Safe Learners that would allow students who are suffering from low to no connectivity or low to no engagement to receive in-person services that are unrestricted, no timer nor instruction model limits. And the rest of it talks about the nature of the problem, as I outlined, and about the coalition that is supporting this proposal.
And Joe mentioned our health department, and do they have concerns, or what's our health department folks?
They are supportive as long as the schools operate in conformance with the ODE and OHA guidance for school operations.
Okay. And is that in the letter that we're supporting?
Not explicitly stated in the letter, no, but I cannot imagine that Oregon Department of Education would okay something unless they were asking people to follow their own guidance.
Okay. Do we need a motion, or is this just a consensus item?
Commissioner, once again, I would like a motion if the board's willing to provide it.
Okay.
I would move that we support the coalition letter to ask for additional waiver from the Department of Education to create an in-person learning opportunity for kids with low to no connectivity or low to no engagement. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion carries, and I would be interested to see what kind of results come out of this effort. That's an ongoing problem, and the whole it's a start. So thank you, Zan, for bringing this to our attention.
Well, I have to give thanks where it's due, and that is to the folks in Lincoln County that first had this idea, and to Rachel Matthews again, who is increasingly providing this kind of a cross-county function of coordination across Lynn, Lincoln, and Benton.
Great. All right, item number 7.1, discussion and decision to adopt the 2021 revised fee schedule for community development, natural areas and parks, and public works. So, do we have Lindsay Godwin, Lori Stahar, George Looney? We've tired everybody out.
We have a meeting next week. Could we do this next week to get more information?
The Commissioners, I'd be happy to move it to next week's meeting if you're so inclined. I do know that I think both Lori and Lynn at some point in time in the last month or two have briefed the board on this. However, if you're uncomfortable without their being here to ask questions, we can certainly move it to the next meeting.
I mean, I remember going over the changes in fees, and I'm comfortable moving ahead. So if we're ready to roll on this, let's see. Looking for a motion here.
I'm just looking to see, I don't even see this on my agenda. Was it on the agenda?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to ask Teresa to weigh in here. It was on the agenda that I printed out previously, and I think that Commissioner Malone also looked at. So Teresa, are you able to weigh in on this topic?
This is Erica. It doesn't sound like Teresa's on at the moment, but I wasn't aware of the item on the agenda that I was preparing from yesterday.
Commissioners, what we could do is I can back up and connect with Teresa and Lori and Lynn on this, and if we need to bring this back to you, we can do that next week because there is some confusion relative to the agenda.
It's on my agenda, but it's not on the checklist as far as the details. So
That wasn't on the agenda that was attached to our calendars.
Hi, this is Teresa.
we have a question, Teresa, about under old business
Hang on, I gotta hang up from you.
7.1.
Okay, hang on. Okay.
Discussion and decision to the 2021 revised fee schedule for community development, natural areas and parks, and public works that we reviewed sometime in the recent past. But it's on my agenda, but it's not on the checklist. So I think it might make sense to postpone this and take it up next Tuesday.
So Commissioners, we can do that. Teresa and I will take a look at it, and if it does need to come back before the board, we can incorporate it into next week's meeting.
Thank you.
I think we got a presentation on what the changes were, but we're going to approve them at this meeting, but since we're not prepared, and I think it makes sense to do it next Tuesday, the 22nd.
Yeah, given that we have two different versions of the agenda, I would agree.
So Commissioners, you don't need to take any action on this topic. We can just leave it as is, and if we need to bring it back next Tuesday, we will. There's a possibility the board may have already approved this, so we'll take a look at that as well.
Okay.
Teresa, did you catch that agenda item for next week, which one that they were referring to?
I did not. Which item was it that they were referring to?
Commissioner Malone, could you read off that agenda item title again?
I certainly can. It's under 7.1, old business, discussion and decision to adopt the 2021 revised fee schedule for community development, natural areas and parks and public works.
And approved.
All right.
Thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome.
We are now to number 8, other. I had a couple things, very short. The NACO Leadership Development Program, there's a, and I think this is an ongoing program, but there's a, I think, end of this week deadline for applying for a scholarship from someone from Benton County, and so I wasn't sure how widely that notice got distributed, but the thing that got my attention is for somebody from Benton County to get the scholarship, they would have to act quite right.
Commissioner Malone, there will be a follow-up email that goes out from me following up on James's email that he sent last week. So we'll be closing the loop with that on department heads by tomorrow to see if there's any interest.
Okay, and this is a ongoing program. I guess if you could clarify if this scholarship applies to the April start date, or seemed like there was also a start date in August and September, so it would be nice to know this is a one-shot and for the scholarship for all 3 start times, or if it just applies to the first one, which is this April.
Yeah, Commissioner Malone.
It's actually for the first.
Yeah. Go ahead. And Commissioner Malone, just know, I mean, literally, I probably get 3 calls a month, if not more, and I know our department heads do as well, so we are pretty well informed about this opportunity, and they actively promote it, and I think we hopefully will have some folks that will take advantage of it over time, but this is something literally probably 3 calls a month that I alone get just promoting this. So.
And the scholarship opportunity is for the first person from each county that participates, and we have not yet had anyone from Benton County, Oregon participate. Therefore, there's still scholarship money on the table.
Okay, and there was a note that it's a time commitment of 3 to 5 hours per week. Okay, I think that's all I had under other. Anything else?
This has been a long one.
Yes, it is. Thank you for pointing that out, Annabelle.
Well, it's just that I have 2 appointments after this.
Okay, well, let's, I think we can adjourn the meeting unless, okay, nice. Meeting adjourned. And thank you for hanging in there. And we took care of a lot of business. And, I think part of it is the end of the year coming and things need to be decided, so.
This conference is no longer being recorded.